Good morning, good morning. Rise and shine. Let's do this proper. Let's get this right. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. Let the room build up a little bit. Let some people pop on in here. Good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning. I'm still getting set up on my side. Myself. We should have a relatively pretty good day, in my opinion. We get some ideas popping on here. What's going on, big dog? Good morning. I actually took some time yesterday to look at some fresh ideas. Somewhat fresh, right? Just get some perspective. Yeah. I think when New York opens, it should finish the move down to the levels that we're looking at. But let me go ahead and post some links real quick. Let me corral the rest of the group. Get everybody in here. Yeah, the past 24 hours have been quite interesting. Very, very, very interesting. I mean, that last little pump, that was that was intense. Intense. Good morning. Good morning. God bless you guys. God bless you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hopefully, you guys got some good rest. Yeah, good afternoon, wherever you're located. Happy day. Just getting some people some time to pop in here. Getting some socials out real quick. Start looking at some things. Or start things off proper. Give it up for about a couple minutes, 4 minutes. All right. You know, you got to get the socials out. Should find a way to actually automate that. No, cash market's open at 9:30. Technically, New York's already open. New York technically is open at 8, but cash market's open at 9:30. So the moves are already being built here. You see the execution of those moves occur around 9:30. That's why it's important to get on the charts prior to your 9:30. Try to get in at like around 8, maybe even earlier. Good morning. What's up, brother? God bless you. Yesterday was yesterday, and today is today. That being said, with being a new day comes a new prayer. A new prayer comes a new stream. A new stream comes new charts. But we got to remember, it's Him that is always faithful, steady, and in control. Father God, we thank you for waking us up today. Thank you for strength in our bodies, clarity in our minds, and the privilege to show up and grow again. Your word says, through the Lord's mercies, we are not consumed. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. So this morning, we receive new mercy, new grace, and a new focus. Lord, as we step into this stream, lead our eyes on the charts, guard our hearts from fear and greed, guide our hands in every decision. Help us not drag yesterday's emotions into today's opportunities. Where there was frustration, give us fresh peace. Where there was doubt, give us fresh confidence in you. Where there was confusion, give us fresh clarity. For your word also says, commit your works to the Lord, and your thoughts will be established. So we commit this stream, this analysis, these trades, and this whole community to you. Establish our thoughts, make them clear, disciplined, and aligned with your wisdom. Father God, I ask that you cover every person watching and every family they represent. Bless our minds, our health, our homes, and our finances. Let this stream be marked by growth, peace, and good stewardship, not just good entries. We give you this day, these charts, and our results, and we pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. Good morning, gang. Good morning. Good morning. So let's pop into some of these charts. I'm looking at some higher time frames. I was looking at essentially some higher time frame setups, looking at this being a potential wave 3. We were last leaving off yesterday saying there's room for price action to go a little bit higher. There is, from a sequential count perspective on modern time frames, we have an imbalance in that sense. So can we revisit this area and potentially go a little bit higher? Yes, we could. I'm looking at areas right around like 34.49. If we're going to see that move, it makes a little bit more sense to me if we just go down to like lower time frames, 1 hour, 4 hour, what have you, considering that we're just basically going vertical with no type of correction at all. That's a little steep. So I think a correction will be a little bit healthier for us to go to the targets that we're looking at. Now, what the question would be is, are we going to be going much higher inside the month of January before we have some type of retracement? We got to keep in mind, January opened up right around 29 some change, like skim the bottom. What was this? $29.70, and the low was 29.7 even. So a psychological number. So it's difficult to say that this was our low for the year. It's difficult to sign on to that. Whether we get there inside of this month, considering it's being the 14th, or if that's going to take a little bit more time going into February or March. But my point being is that there's absolutely no way that this is going to be our complete bottom for the year. That just doesn't make any sense. TD9 sequential wise, we're printing a 3 here. In order for this to change, we literally need to get to these levels 41, 43 inside of 1 month. So that would be a pretty intense push. Can ETH do it? Has it done it before? Yes, we've seen moves like that before inside of a month. You know, you could see something like that, right? Because we've had months where it's actually done that. But I like to believe that we have better chances of revisiting these areas, whether it be this month or the following month, you know, to have a proper low for the year. And in the same side of it, I don't believe this is our high for the year either, right? You know, so for those folks that are maybe bearish or be looking at some bearish opportunities, I don't believe that that's going to be our high for the year. I think that we have some higher targets that we could possibly revisit. So it's all about just positioning ourselves accordingly, and making sure that we can be profitable as we position ourselves. Answer some of your questions here. Looking at wave 3 and wave 4 being done already, and wave 5, 44, 54 before higher. I'll get into analysis here in a second. I'm really looking at these moves right now. You know, if wave 3 is not complete here, you know, I got a 2.618 level that goes a little bit above, or a lot above, if you will. It puts me right into this zone right over here. If this level is not done, and that's like 35.64. Again, just kind of looking at where this move was. You know, essentially we had New York going into Asia, pushing us, and then London, you know, not making a new high. Us kind of just consolidating here in this area. So I think a retest would make a little bit more sense before we have further expansion to the upside. They've clearly expanded this range. You know, this all happened, yesterday during Asia, part of London. Asia was basically holding it. London started to push it, and then New York really took the ball from there going forward. And then once market closed for New York, Asia expanded that a little bit further. So I think at this point now is just kind of maintain these areas. I want to see these fib levels get tapped into for a wave 4. I could come a little bit higher than that. It can actually go to a 0.2306, 0.236 level. It could come to this level right over here, which is 32.64. But I think we can get actually a little bit lower, in my opinion. I will be gauging these levels as we approach them, see what kind of bounces that we do have. Currently in positioned on those right now. We were left off yesterday. We were talking about this 33.53 area being a major area of support at one point, which was right over here. Pretty significant area, right? We had an uprise, then we came and tapped right into this level. And then obviously we pushed, and it was this from this push, not necessarily these. We've had several pushes, but this was a significant level because this was the level that took us to our all-time high. Right, it was this push. So this being a significant level that we're looking at. I have a couple alarms that are set on there, but you can see that we've tried to breach it a couple times if you zoom in on here. So this is another reason why I feel like, okay, well, we're doing a retest here. Now for invalidation for this setup, right, if we start losing these levels, that's clear. Mainly if we get back down into, I mean, I have 0.88 levels as well too. If we're just going to get really deep, we're not going to see a 618 because relatively wave 2 was at a 618 level. So I'm looking at, you know, flat levels, and then deep levels get into 0.786, 0.764, which would be right around here. So if we were to see like some type of wick into these levels, then this is what I would anticipate. I think that we'll relatively come into flat levels, but I'm prepared for these, right? Because then this is still going to be all valid. What happens? Where's invalidation? Invalidation would be obviously losing this level down over here. truly, if you lose this level, you know, from this current wave on a wave 4, that would invalidate it. That's the proper way of looking at it. If we lose those levels, which is 2887, that would invalidate this wave count. Now this kind of feeds into one of my my daily setups that I'm looking at for ETH. You know, considering that ETH is still inside of a wave 4 from a daily count, a bearish wave 4. So all of these moves are bearish retests, and wave 5 hasn't really peaked out just yet. That also plays into the monthly point of view that we were looking at yesterday. So just kind of giving you some recaps and giving you the thought process behind it as far as what we're looking at. Answer some of you guys' questions. Yes, we started trading this area yesterday. We started shorting some of these levels yesterday. 33.53 up to 33.55 are some levels that we were identifying yesterday. So I'm pretty sure the question is going to be that I'm going to see several times in here today. Can I short here? Can I long here? Can I short here? You just kind of have to follow along to see and identify what those levels look like. I think the short opportunity is going to be a little bit more rewarding at the end versus longing from here. If we get another push up or a crazy day like we saw yesterday, then we're just going to be looking for higher levels, and it's just going to be a deeper retracement. So just being prepared for it. Positioned on both sides, currently still holding and maintaining my long from 3093. I've taken a little bit of scalp shorts on the short thus so far. Not as much as I wanted to, but nevertheless, I've already taken some, so that way my time is not wasted on that position. I'll try to go back into this. Oh, funny. Please don't do that. But please don't. These levels right over here, I think this would be somewhere where we're tapping out, because this ties into my daily point of view, as I was mentioning for ETH. Let's go to a daily real quick. And so my thought process is this is, you know, we had a wave 4 that sat right over here, 5 impulse waves clearly here. It could have been an ABC, but the fact that this breached underneath lower, then this automatically created this as a wave 2, and it's making this entire move a wave 3, and that's just wave 3 characteristics because it's such a deep retracement. Having another impulse move to the upside, but wave 4s can be complex like that. You know, they can revisit previous areas on both sides. You know, so you have an impulse up to the upside, obviously people that are longing here in this area, then it just comes right back down again. People that are shorting in this area kind of coming right back to the same level. So this is like wave 4 behavior, if that makes any sense. If that is the case, then wave 5 hasn't completed unless we reach truncation, and then this was truncation. And if that's the case, then, you know, we're going to go much, much, much higher. But considering where the monthly opened up, again, I'll go back to it, that, you know, this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me that we're going to say, okay, that's our low for the year, and we're just going to go straight to an all-time high. That would be very odd, for lack of a terminology, and I would anticipate that the move down would be quite violent if that was the case. I think a healthier move would be to, you know, correct some of this, you know, actually create a balance here inside of this area. Whether we revisit 2749 and maintain and hold that level, if we get to like double bottom areas inside of here, or if we actually just have a flush and get into these 2200s, then I could say, okay, well, that makes sense. You know, that's going to be our low for the year. We didn't reach those levels. It's not lower than the 1300 benchmark that we saw last year around April. And it's definitely going to sweep the late November lows for the year. So those are kind of make sense, but I go back to the daily, and just considering that wave 4 can be complex, these are going to be bearish retest levels. So even if, you know, even if ETH decided to push all the way to 3,900, great, we're still not out of the woods yet. That's fantastic. My long would be very happy, but we're still not out of the woods yet. All right, we could see it'll move all the way up to there, and then again, the higher it goes, the deeper it's going to go. It's just going to collect liquidity to the upside, and then all those longs that are going to be sitting in those longs or anticipating all-time high, they'll just get ran out. You know, you get small little moves like this. This was relatively a decent move. $32% move. $29% move. So we could see those type of moves to the upside. That's, you know, these are essentially like 1 month. We were looking at that on a monthly. But now let's look at the other side of that, right? Like, what if we get a move down to the downside? Where does that put us? So if we're going to have truncation, you know, these are going to be some of the levels that I'm looking at. Maybe it just goes down slightly below, you know, which would appear to look like a double bottom inside of this area. You know, that those are all possible as long as we can even have a sweep of this area. It doesn't have to be a deep sweep, but if we're just looking at the mathematics, and if we do go to a classic wave 5 area, that's going to be 1.272 as far as that goes. Now this is this height of wave 1 to wave 2, and that would put us right there, and that would give us truncation. So in the event that we do go higher, then this 5 was completed over here, and then we ran into truncation. And we're going to go much, much, much higher. But I personally don't see that. I don't see that happening inside of 1 month. Right? I think there's more opportunities to go lower before we actually go higher. So that's my opinion. Now, what occurs at 3,500? Let's go back to that time frame that I'm working on. View from here. I'm particularly interested in looking for the reactions at these levels. I really want to see this level right over here. One, because this level hasn't been retested thus so far, right? There was a key level for short term, you know, back in January. And you can see these charts. You don't have to necessarily use the same time frame I'm using. You can actually look at a daily and see the similar setups, if you will. But we did have a resistance here, push down. Obviously, we tried testing it. Got a good rejection off of that. What was that, 31.65 and some change? Then to get a rejection, then we just blasted right through that. So coming back and retesting this area is where my thought process was at, and then I'm looking at the mathematics that go along with that. So that puts us right at a 0.382 level, which is going to be a classic level for a wave 4. Typically it falls flat. So flat levels are going to be 0.236, 0.32 to 0.5. If it violates those levels, you know, and maybe it doesn't go to 0.5 and maybe goes down just a little bit below that, then there's a demand area here, because this is obviously the area that created this massive push up to the upside. So coming back and retesting this area, I could see that as well too. And there was a lot of buildup inside of that zone. So these levels are not going to be off the table, and that would respect the peak of wave 1, which puts us right around 3,076. But this was retested several times, right? Several times. So quite possibly we just move to these levels, we move a little bit higher, and then we're going to have a relatively bigger push down to the downside. That's what I would be looking at, just in a nutshell. Getting back into these levels, retesting those, you know, sweeping those 3,400 highs. Let's go back over to that index, and I'll go back over to daily. You know, sweeping these highs over here in this area, but not necessarily getting to these zones, maybe slightly just above it, and that puts us right around here, somewhere inside this zone. You know, if you look left, it's kind of retesting some of these areas right over here. $35.46. And I could be completely wrong in that sense that it doesn't go to this height level. It maybe collapses a little bit lower. You know, there's a good amount of resistance here inside the zone. I'm just looking at really where the maturity of that resistance began inside this area, because we did have a 9 sequential. It was a clean 9. We had an 8 as well too, and then we had that breakdown to these levels right over here, which created that low for the year. So essentially, I'm looking at this area being a strong resistance because this is what created that cascade for the second low of the year. So revisiting that area wouldn't be beyond us. Revisiting that area and then having another push down. And that's kind of like, I use this term loosely. I'm going to say bear market behavior. But when we have been inside of bear markets, specifically like when we had the crash down to 1800s, I remember specifically us revisiting 3500s several times and then just having massive legs down to the downside. I'm not necessarily saying that's going to occur here. We'll see this from an index. Actually, I'll back up here because I believe I have it over here. Right, what led to this area? So this 800s is we got into this, see this level right over here, these 3600s. We had a massive push down to the downside, and then we got into like these 3500s, and then that kind of led into this zone right over here. Same thing, once we got into these levels again, you know, 3600s, 3500s, it pushes down to the year low, if you will. Now, mind you, we had all-time highs that came from that, but you know, 3500s, 3600s, those are quite significant areas for ETH, especially if it's in a, again, quote unquote bear market, if you will. An ABC correction could be considered a bear market, just like we had here, right? A, B, and then C, and then obviously a move up here for a wave 3 inside of this area. I think that we're inside of an ABC here, which would reflect, it looked like a, again, quote unquote bear market. So A, B, and C, but it's really of pegging where wave B is going to end. Is it going to end here? Is it going to end here? Is it going to end here? So it's just really about timing it in that sense. But I'll digress. My point being behind that is, you know, when we get to these 3400s, 3500 areas, we've seen pretty strong reactions. So that kind of feeds into what I was looking at right over here when we look at this 3500 area, saying, okay, well, maybe we have a revisit of that zone. You know, people start to become euphoric, just completely forgetting, you know, it's still January. It's the first month of the year. So, I mean, we got a lot of time that price action can go anywhere. You know, it's like looking at the 1 minute chart and seeing just a pump up and saying, okay, we're going to all time high. So we have a lot of momentum. Give me a quick second. Let me get some water real quick, guys. Just digest on that for a quick second. If you have any questions about that setup, feel free to put it inside of the chat. I'm going to grab some water. I'm going to go back through some of you guys' questions. Good morning. If yesterday was wave 5, yeah. I had that on an 89 minute. So, yeah, from an 89, I do have an 89 minute point of view. And if I could find this, that'd be great. Well, let's do it this way. Yeah, so it can go a little bit higher here, but I mean, I think we're just kind of splitting hairs, right? Was that 33.86, and when did we go to 33.81, something like that? So yeah, totally with you. So I would like to see like an ABC and then see what really occurs from there. This is on an intraday perspective. If I come here to like a 1362, that's what I was saying. There's room that we could potentially go a little bit higher. And that's kind of what we should be looking at. Seeing if there's room for us to go a little bit higher. If you can squeeze out, that's why these levels are going to be important to me overall as far as what the reaction looks like when we revisit them. You know, if we start to see strong bounces inside these zones, then I'm going to be looking for this area and say, okay, well, that's probably going to be our top for January. And then that's really going to set the precedence for, you know, Q1, right? Is that going to be the high for Q1? And then looking at not Q2, February and March, looking for those levels to, you know, give us those lows for the year. Yeah, waiting for New Year's session. Or at least 9:30. Session's already began. I've already been marking this. Asia essentially created expansion. Well, Apple Music's actually playing the music on the first go. So it must be a good day. What's up, Harry? Good morning, brother. What if we break 38.25 without a retracement? Markets move in waves. Everything moves in waves. Even reaching an all-time high, you had a parabolic move, you have retracements, you have retracements, you have retracements, you have retracements. This was a pretty violent move from here in that sense, and then even more violent from this level right here. This put us at all-time high, but look what occurred. We should have started slowing down once we got into these levels, but we got a little greedy here, and we want an all-time high, which is fine. I'm not saying that from a perspective that we shouldn't be hitting all-time highs. Just we got a little greedy in the sense of the way the count was moving. So this is what called for a deeper retracement. And if it went to 3,800 and just kept going, my long would be very happy. And if you're not positioned, I guess you'd just be SOL, because in your thesis, if we just keep going all the way up, then you're never going to be able to get entry. The market doesn't work that way, and it doesn't go just straight down either. It's got to move in waves. You're going to have characteristics of those waves. Overall, I think it's still in this consolidation. Like, you know, just zoom out for a second here. Right, just these created the, obviously we had an all-time high. This is essentially started creating this, which essentially would be a trend line. You can look at this as compression, looking at from these swing points. So if you want to look at it visually, you can look at it like this. Right. So really just consolidating here in this area. even deeper consolidation stemming way back all through here, all of this, because we didn't make a new low. Let me get rid of that. You know, this is bear market low right over here. So we didn't make a new low over here. So literally everything over here inside this area is we're just in this consolidation phase. But if you want to zoom in and get a little bit more nitty gritty with it, for lack of better terminology, you know, just maintaining these areas, maintaining these trend lines from right over here, because we coiled over it, then we found support, and then same thing here, all-time high, then resistance. Now it kind of leaves all this space open for us to come back and test at some point, you know, whether that be 4,200. I do believe it will be reaching those levels this year, 100%. If we crash there in that area, or we fail to break out inside of that zone, then that would just literally tell us that bear market is going to be confirmed. So maybe we see a wick up to those areas, and then it pulls all the way back down to like, you know, 3,000, 3,800 or something like that. Right? If it came all the way up to like, say like 4,200, so somewhere inside of these areas, and then pulled all the way right back down to this area underneath here. Yeah, it's going to squeeze everybody out and their mom. You know, you have some resistance area over here, so I wouldn't put that beyond that. That'd still be inside of a wave forward. That would still be considered bearish retest. We would need to close above this area here on a daily, and then have several closes above. We couldn't just get a push above, a wick above, and then close underneath it. All they did is just flush out. Because this could actually go to a 0.88. That's 0.88. It shouldn't go to a 0.76 because we had a 0.76 over here. And that puts us right around there. So just shy of that inside of here, or if it wicked over here. So if you saw a crazy wick in your same thesis and just went straight up and then pull right back down, that's kind of what you could expect. I'm all for it. My long would be happy. But not realistic at all. So right now, I just want to do a quick overview with you guys, let you know kind of what I was looking at through the course of the night, what I'm working on, some ideas that I'm gauging right now. I think shorts are going to be a little bit more favored here going into the remainder of the week, today being Wednesday. I think this will be the last day, if you will, to be profitable per se. Some of you guys should have already started taking some profits on your positions. I certainly hope you have. If you haven't, I don't know what you're doing. One thing that I would recommend for you, V3 40X, is looking at and studying market structure, how market structures work. I think that would be resourceful to you in looking at it from a higher time frame perspective. Considering you're here on YouTube, you're already in the right spot. Just start doing some research on that, my friend. All right. What do I want to look at here? Why is it not appearing? That's weird. Bytenex is not appearing. Hang on real quick. Give me a second. Hmm. It's not letting me capture Bytenex right now. That's weird. I'll just set up a new view for it. That's actually kind of annoying that it's not letting me do that. And now Bytenex doesn't even appear. Let me just reset that. Hang on, guys. Yeah, I did. Hold on. But I'm setting up a scene here in OBS and it's not grabbing it. It's not letting me create the scene. That's interesting. Out of curiosity, can you hear the music now? I'm trying to add some stuff to it for us. Make it a little bit more lively in here. Yeah, there's definitely an imbalance at 33.45. I'll take a look at it here in a second. As soon as I can get there we go. So you can see where it's positioned now. The stream is still work in progress. I have some things I'm going to be building out once I get through this week of streaming here. I'll probably be building out through the weekend. And so Monday we'll have a couple more different pieces in here. The idea is to have live trades appearing with charts, things like that. But these streams are 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hours. So when I log off of here, I'm kaput. I'm fried. Eat dinner, just lay down, and then try to get rest. You wanted to look at imbalances. Yeah, we can look at some imbalances. So we'll start floating down, looking at lower time frames here. One thing I could possibly do is maybe set it up like this, so I can see the chart at the same time. I don't know, that might be small for some people. They might be able to see it, but they can get the idea. There was an imbalance that sat right there. That got cleared last night. Let's go down a little bit further. It looks like that could be one. Yeah, there's a shaved head that sits right over here. What is that? 33.59. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. But this looks like distribution, so it's kind of like the opposite of what you see down here, right? So you had a massive move down to the downside, then you just had kind of some of this stagnant movement like this, and then you got an uprise, right? So this would be accumulation here in this area, then you have breakout. Try to sweep all of these areas, all these levels that sat right over here, but look where the accumulation began right inside this level. So we didn't necessarily sweep that area. So could we come back and revisit this area? 100%. 100%. 1, 2, 3, 4. We really need to get right above here, which is 33.36. And that puts us right around the Asian cash flow market that opened right around 7. That puts us at those levels. I just know that from memory because that's where we were yesterday. So I think we kind of float around inside those zones in those areas. We do have a 9 net printed here. The lead up phase is just showing a 1. Looks like it's just getting started. So that kind of puts us right back to those areas that we were talking about here on the higher time frame. For us to come back and revisit, we got 32.64. If we can bounce off of 32.64, then most likely we'll start pulling back up. I'll be looking for those long opportunities down in these areas down to here. Because if I'm wrong, then we go to here, then that'll put us over there. But let's look at the height of wave 1. I actually have it marked off here. It's this height. But if we bounce from that level, then that puts us right around here. Still inside that red box. And that puts us, what is that? 36.20? 36.20. So definitely we'll be looking to see if there's a long opportunity once we get to those levels. So I would start opening up hedges inside those zones. If we revisit on a lower time frame, where was I that I just saw this? Was it 89 minute? No, it wasn't 89 minute. It was 144. So if 144 gives us that area, this zone, And that's what I'm going to be looking at for another short, add to my short. I've already taken some profits, took like 300 some odd bucks from that. So it wasn't time wasted per se. I just went over what my entry points would be. So what I'm going to do today is I'm really going to defer that to you guys, let you guys handle that. Some people may be coming in here late, but I definitely don't want to find myself repeating the same thing over and over again for the next 11 hours. So I gave it to you guys first things first this morning. I was really methodical in that sense. The areas that I'm looking at, 27 minutes before cash markets open at 9:30. I think the move would come down first. Let's look at 32.64. If we get a rise up into 33.36 inside of those areas, then I'd be looking to add back to my short. But this fair value gap is still being filled. What's 32.64? That's support right over here. What is that over here? It's going to be right over here. Testing that resistance level. And there's a resistance level right over here too. Okay, that makes sense. I could see us bouncing there because that lines right up with that. All right, cool. Yeah, let's look for 32.64 inside this area. See if we can get some longs in that zone. I'd be looking for that myself personally. Yeah, see, this was a good resistance area, a decent resistance area. Rejected a couple times, rejected it. Now coming back and retesting this area to reclaim that. Matter of fact, I think I'll actually just set up a limit order now on that on my side. What is that? 32.64.50. And what's the fib for that? 0.54. So let's do that. 32.64.54. All right, I have a limit set for this area right over here. And then I would probably look at invalidation somewhere around like 32.29 inside this area. I would just burn that position. Shorts would still be running. So, and I'm still long, so my average won't be completely destroyed. So I think I can sit in it. But if I was just getting into a brand new position for the day, you know, I have no positions opened. I'd look at that and having a stop loss around like 32.29 inside that zone, and then look for this next level right over here, which is 31.92. And that's what we're going to be looking for, boys. Guido, did you ever get into your short last night? We were looking at 33.55. I already shared it on the screen, bro. Rewind like 4 minutes, then come back. There's not much to understand. All you had to do is look at the screen. Literally showed what positions I was in. Let's go to a 13-minute here. We're going to take our pair off today. We don't need our pair right now. So that would kind of line up, because if that was a wave 3, then we should go into an ABC. But let's see what that ABC would give us. And see, we have an imbalance that sits right over here from a sequential count perspective. It's literally on your screen. It shows that position. It shows the profits I've already taken on the long though so far. A 144 has an imbalance that sits right over here. So I'm going to go ahead and mark that off. So I know where that imbalance is at. Let's come back to 13-minute. So looking at it from this perspective, I do want to put a 0.76 on here. So the way that I'm viewing this is, and let's go ahead and do a full fib real quick, actually. Yeah, we'll do a full fib. I feel like wave A was formed here already. So now we're just waiting for a wave B. This would clear the imbalance, so this makes more sense to come into this level, because it would clear this imbalance that sits around 33.59. It gives us a respectable fib level. Could it go a little bit higher? Let's say 33.56. Yeah, it could. And then any one of these levels. Maybe you get a wick that comes down into these levels. But 32.64 was a resistance area, and then we have a 1.13 that sits here. So let's just say that. And then we'd have our impulse up into that area that I was talking about before, which sits at 35.46. You get the idea. Anything is possible, bro. We just work with levels, man. Anything is possible. That could actually be a nice flag setup right there too. That would be a massive. I'm gonna measure from here. That would be continuation. And look at that measure move puts us relatively right at that area. So lower time frames, this is what I'm looking at. This is what I want to see occur. You know, clear that imbalance, give us our ABC, get a C leg down to 1.13. If it's a deep wave C and it just completely violates these areas, that's what I was looking at earlier, what I was showing you here on 1362. That brings 3192 into the picture. And if we come back over to a 13-minute, where does that put us at? That's going to put us like right inside this range, right in here. Retesting that support level. But if we're gonna lose those levels, I think this area right over here would make a little bit more sense. I believe we do have a shaved bottom that sits right over here as well too. So coming to these levels. So I want to see, obviously what the reaction looks like here. If I can maintain this level, like all of these levels, not then I'd look at these levels over here. Yep, that's precisely right. Level to level. Level to level. So right now we've had a little bit of a move down. We're looking for New York to confirm that move down. So that gets, what level was that we're looking at just now? What is that? 33.59, something like that. Like right over here. Yeah, here we go. Sorry, does the music play over for you guys on your side? I don't know if this app works like that. If it doesn't, then I'll figure something out. I actually have non-copyright music on right now. No? It's all good. We'll figure it out. Divergence there. Picking back up over there. Okay. I want to try to stay here on 13 minutes and just keep deferring back to the higher time frames, the ones that we're looking at. So I want to stay on 13 minute, 144, and like 1362. Those are going to be like the main time frames I'm going to be working with today. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. It's just, it's not playing over. I got to figure out a way to do that. I do need a setup for liquidity. Let's make sure we have liquidity that we're. There we go. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, you see 3250, you know, my 3264 area. So we got an order block that sits there. My other level that I was looking at was 3192 and a small block here. So I got a bigger block that sits right around this 3250. So 3264. I don't feel bad about that. I'm somewhere right around here. Okay. And that order block comes all the way down to here. Okay. And let's look at the ceiling here. 3335. Not much at 3341. Oh no. Well, not much, but there is definitely one. Yeah, so right inside this area, you got a couple little shelves that sit right inside this zone. And then there's another one that sits right here, 3356, 3359 inside that area. Okay. Excuse me. Well, someone just opened up along here at 3316. He opened up on that 0.382 fib level. Somebody bought that small little dip down to 3297. A lot of 32.90 longs in here. All right, let's look at some shorts. People shorting the bottom. I don't get it. People shorting that 0.382 fib. I feel like some of these whale bears, if you will, they're like, I feel like they're not brain dead, but my gosh. And these guys just started opening. So I think majority of people that started shorting that area, they started exiting already on that push down. 33, 37, that was 15 hours ago. This guy's still holding. Two days ago. These guys, man, this guy's still sitting at 3106. My gosh, you haven't closed yet. What is up? Your BTC long is making up for it. Okay. So not many of the not many shorts opened or new shorts opened. Some of those 3320s are just holding. They're trying to hold this area, this push down. They're trying to hold that area. What was the support here in this zone? Yeah, I think they're going to get squeezed here this morning. So let's go ahead and put the charts back on. I think they get squeezed here. Good morning. I'm good. I'm good. Hanging in there. Hanging in there. Yep. Cash market's open here pretty soon. I think we got to clear this imbalance here. If we get a little bit pushed a little bit higher, you know, I'm game for that too. If it makes a new high here before coming down lower, then that tells me that wave 3 was incomplete. And that we should expect, again, a deeper correction. I would just make adjustments to my wave count. But it also does clear the imbalance that sits over here too. Right, so if we made a new high, maybe a double top or maybe slightly a little bit above that. Just depends on the position, really. Like if I'm hedged, I will. If I'm hedged, I will. I've set some limits for 3264 inside that area. You know, in the event that it starts front running me, maybe it doesn't come to 3264, maybe it bounces at 3267. I would just start entering in manually there. Like as we get to those levels, I'll just start entering into those zones. Let's look at some volume real quick. That's one thing I haven't checked so far. Yeah, so if we make a new high, this would be the area that it's going to target here, 3401. Then that again, that just goes back to, just tells me wave 3 wasn't done. Wave 4 hasn't really even began. It's going to clear this imbalance on let's say like a 144. It wasn't a 144. Was it an 89? Yeah, like an 89. See, I have a 7 that's printing higher than 8 and 9. So I know I'll revisit that area. It's just a matter of when. I had a 9 here, but I think 89 minute was the only one. And 233, what did that give me? No, not the same. 377. Yeah, so I'm still printing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I got to get all the way down here to change that set of phase. So, but we've got a decent little pocket that sits right over here. So maybe tap into this area, collect some of this liquidity here. There's also some liquidity that sits inside this zone. And then move up. Let's look at that from a 21 real quick. Yeah. So it comes down a little bit lower. It's a ridiculous amount that sits right here. That'll get visited at some point one day. All right. 5 minutes. It's coming in here soon. So I think the real move should actually come here soon. Open to the downside. Never a good look first. I think it should, not on this candle, but I think it should come in, move into these areas. Maybe you're rejecting that 0.3 too. Possible. We'll see. One, two, three, 4. That changes the setup phase. 3309. All right, so we got a rejection here off this 0.382. It's a strong move for New York. Yeah, I think the real move comes here now. quite literally only 2 minutes into it. Okay. I'm just going to speculate here if that was it. But this still wasn't cleared, so I do want to see this area tapped into. Quite possibly we get something like this. Like we bounce off of these areas here. You know, take out people that are seeing this and wanting to short it and just take them out. Squeeze the heck out of them. Nice wide range. I like that. Gives you something more to work with. All right, so if we get a breakout to the upside over here, which would make sense, and then we come back and we retest this and we start bouncing off of this area, and then it's going to go higher. Then wave 3, that's going to tell me wave 3 wasn't done. But if we get a push up to this upside, I would consider that bearish retest. If this is the operative word here, if we come back down to these levels and start closing underneath here, and then we close underneath here, then all this would have been bearish retest. Bullish retest, bearish retest, bullish retest, bearish retest. I don't know how many of you guys shorted yesterday, that area above that we were looking at, 33.41, 33.53, shorting that zone. I'm hoping you guys took some profits on that. At least cover some of your time that you've spent on it thus so far. You might have a chance to reload on it. $33.43, $33.45 in that area. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that lines up right where there's a 618 inside that zone. On Bytunix, I got an imbalance that sits right over here on 144. I'll actually do that. Yeah, I want to see this get cleared. And that is a 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So right underneath that, what is that? 33.35. Yeah. On this candle, that would be nice to see that. Not an area that I'd be interested in adding to shorts or anything like that. I want us to target that imbalance, target some of that liquidity that you see. Small little pockets, 35%, 42% there. Bigger pockets above, right around 75%. That sit right around 33.67. $9 printing 5 minute. Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit higher. A little bit higher. It's a nice 9 if it retraces. Ah, interesting. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We get a good flag setup on that, man. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Usually want to see like 3 hits on both sides. See if we can push a little bit higher here. Close above, bounce off of this. Yeah, we should be going up to here. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, we got a 3600s. Yeah, I don't know right now. They didn't clear that imbalance though. That's the only thing that didn't clear that imbalance. And I think on a 144, how much time do I have left on this? I still have 2 hours left on that thing. So, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that changes the next setup for 1, 2, 3, 4. Then yeah, the setup phase is automatically going to be switched. It doesn't even need to come down to here. It just needs to maintain this area. Just needs to maintain this area. Perfect world, just come into this level right around here. Push right back down. Oh, he has 3160. Sorry, I misread that. I read 3260s. My bad. My bad. Yeah, 3160 could definitely be on the table. Let me fix some things around real quick. Hang on. Um, today's the 14th, right? Yeah, he's targeting somewhere right inside here, inside this area. This purple box right here. I could see that because that's testing this area as far as for resistance, where it was resistance here at one point. Came down, we tested it, and then we just blasted right through it. We haven't tested that area. See, that's kind of where I had my wave for in that area. I am going to still test the 3264, but this is where I already had mine, which kind of lines up with where I'm at. So it's good. Yeah. No, I'm already short. I'm shorted from higher above. A little bit higher, please. A little bit higher. A little bit higher. Just want to see a nice wick. Even if it comes right above here, I'm okay with that. Because it technically clears the imbalance. So there it is. Imbalance is now cleared. Imbalance is now cleared. I'm gonna look for some ads here. My ads are not getting picked up, which is weird. There, add an ad that was just picked up. Imbalance is cleared. If it doesn't reject, I'm fine. My long will still print. So this imbalance is now cleared. We can see this on 144. Okay, that's cleared. Let's see if we can reject here. If we can't reject here, then this is the next level we need to observe. We can actually even go even higher to 0.88. I'll just put that on there just for reference. It's not making a new high, right? If we don't make a new high, then we're in that wave 3 and we're inside of a wave 4 essentially. Now this is important here, right? Like if we come back down and then we bounce off of this line, then probabilities we have a chance of we're going to be going higher here. Oh, that imbalance is now cleared on 144. I want to see if there's any new orders that came in to the market. Nobody added to their position. Let's see if longs did though. And these are longs from like 12 minutes ago. 33.26, 33.16, 32.97. That's my next level. My average is still above here, so I'm just maintaining at this point. You may not even give me my flag. Did we just target all that liquidity? We got some that sits right over here at 0.88. Yeah. And what is that? 33.68. So just be prepared for this level right over here at 33.68. I'm going to de-risk some of mine. And that's what I'm going to target. 33.68. I won't get a flag out of that though. Interesting. Key level here. 3353, 3356. Remember, it's right over here. This level right over here. It's a major support area right over here. I don't have an opinion on it, really, to be honest with you. I wish I could give you some more input, but I don't have an opinion on it. And we have levels all the way up to here, guys, so just heads up. If it blows past this level over here, then it's just correcting this TD9 balance. Then wave 3 essentially just wasn't done yet. That puts us like right around like 3407 inside that area. I like these this idea over here. You know, we are running hot here on these levels, but I like this idea right here. You know, that we're testing this previous support area before, and just kind of living inside of this gray box right now. So it's going to be a real dogfight in that area. If there's enough shorts that are piling on in that area, that'll add the fuel to make it go higher. But if we don't have enough buyers stepping in wanting to long the top, you know, quote unquote long the top, then we'll get a push right back down. Excuse me. That's what's up. Nice entry, bro. Oh, that's an exhaustion candle. Just be careful with this one. You got a shaved head on that. Just be careful with this candle. I see a move coming here. That's coming wave 4. Wave 4 will round trip both sides. I haven't even looked at Twitter, to be honest with you. On I'm reading about it now, to be honest with you. I can read it with you guys. Sorry, I'll just read it with you guys. Learning resources, including first Trump challenges April 2012 imposed under IEPA, including 10% baseline on most imports protected industries. That's 25th argument and loss could mean even spring losses for over 900 companies. Interesting. I'm just gonna see how the market reacts to it, to be honest with you. That's something I'm gonna be chasing. I'm still prepared for that higher level. Don't get me wrong. I'm still in. I'm still holding my current short. I had some small ads right around that 33.56 area, and now just kind of maintaining it. If this goes to, what did I have? 32.67, 32.67. That's decent. 31.70 would be fantastic. All right, imbalance cleared. It's back underneath. What does that look like for 144? Yeah, it changes the setup phase back to a bullish setup phase. So just squeezing out all those shorts that we saw that were sitting like around 33.17, like all these shorts that were sitting around here, they just squeezed them. If you took the shorts, let me know. Give me some feedback. I mean, these are levels that we've been discussing since yesterday, guys. So I'm hoping you guys are following along. I know Rebel took one. I know you're in. You said Minga's in one, too. Maybe Minga's in from a little bit lower. I don't know where he's at, where he's in from. Probably by like 11:30, relatively, the move has already been established. That makes sense. You hedged long? Omega stop loss hit. Mm. $3,300. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. 33.45. That's what's up. 33.32. 33.52. Thinking about setting stop top break even. Yeah, they might come hunt you. It might go right back to your entry, go right back down again. I'm not saying not to, and I'm not saying to do so. I'm just saying like you might get hunted. I don't know. This just let's go to higher time frames, right? Because it's just better data here, right? Like that's a pretty significant area. Yeah, we breached it, but came all the way back down. So even like what's over here on this level? What's here? So it's here. So it tested literally quite the bottom of this, right all up to here. So this looks like it's going to be a kind of a significant area overall. Yeah, we keep tapping into that. So just kind of dialing a little bit more into that. I mean, we got a lot of time in this current session. Don't get me wrong. I mean, 7 hours left in this session. Yeah, no stress. Yep, it's a lot easier. What up, big dog? What up, Blast? Glad that you're here. Thanks for being here, bro. Yeah, as long as that like 33.53, even all the way to 33.68, like if those levels can be respected in the sense of rejection and then come right back down, then yeah. What do I have here? Why did I mark that? Oh, that's on a is that on a 1362? No, it's not on a 1362. See, loss of momentum. They're still holding strength, so that's kind of why you're floating around here. But if this DI positive starts collapsing down, yeah, money flow is still under, and people are trying to. You got big money trying to long this area. One, two, three, four. So it needs to close under there to keep this setup phase back to a bullish setup phase. I believe that's underneath here. which is 33.35. So just so we have that for reference. Yeah. Somewhat of a key area, in my opinion, right? Like we need to close above here on a 144 if we're going to go higher. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it puts this level. Let me take the. Okay. That's relatively going to be like the same area. So even if this closed above here on the 144 over the next, hour and 38 minutes, this level right over here, then the next session literally just needs to close underneath this right here. So it puts us in the same zone. Could we see more wicks that come into this area and then it retraces? Yeah, you can see that. We see how the setup phase went back and see now it flips. It's fighting for this area. It's trying to change the setup phase. That's a lot of time, in my opinion, right? Like a lot can happen in an hour and 38 minutes. We clearly saw that happen in one move in like 3 minutes. So a lot could happen inside of an hour and 38 minutes. Let's go back to our fib levels. Let's take a look here. What does that look like? And I think a sell signal might be coming here relatively soon. We didn't have any buy signals on this little, actually we did. I'm sorry, I take that back. We did get a buy signal on that right there. Now we're looking for sell signals. We got a new 13-minute that's now printing. Remember the 144 still has an hour and 30 minutes and some change left in it. Yeah, this reminds me of the 4700 level when we reached 4700. Like it dipped and then it came right back to 4700s and then fell down again. I think I was mentioning this yesterday, or maybe I was just thinking this, but I think I mentioned this yesterday. Every time we got to the 3500 benchmark, 3600 benchmarks, when we were like in a quote unquote bear market, we had pretty steep retracements after that. No, you're not being hunted. But every time we reach those levels, 3400, 3500, 3600s, there's typically like a steep retracement. And so that goes in hand with what I was looking at here on the daily. These levels are not out of the question. This created a new range. So this is a lot of work to change it. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a lot of work to change that setup phase. Or 368. That's what it looks like. It's what to go for. BTC is at 96.9, 96.921. Yeah. Let's see USDT. Let's check on our USDT real quick. Yeah, it reached that fib level. That 0.3, that 5.762, 0.382 fib level. Next level for USDT is right down there. So just be careful. Perfect world just come into this zone right here, 3401. In this limbo land right now, in between these two fibs. BTC 96.9, USDT 5.741. $5.742. I'm monitoring it over here on this side right here. Just paying attention to it. Yeah, long still printing. Just maintaining the long. See how this 1 minute plays out. USDT 5.745. If USDT bounces at that 0.382 level, then that's relatively a flat level or a wave 4 for it, and it has potential to move higher. Right, flat levels in this area. I have a target around here, 5.45. That's ultimately the target that I am looking for. But technically, from an ABC perspective, you know, that we are inside C territories. If that makes any sense to you guys. Yeah, I'm on a 1 minute too. You said one. You're saying 1 minute or 1 month? Yeah, it's 1 minute. I think you're saying 1 minute. Yeah. 3316 liquidity. Yeah. On a 1 minute. Yeah. Right over here. Right over here. That would come back and test New York open high. Yeah, 5.751 for USDT. So I just want to mark this out for USDT real quick, just so I have this for reference for later. Resistance level, that was support, got broken, couldn't climb above it, so it's trying to defend that area. Okay. I wonder if anybody's actually long in that. Let me check something for us real quick. I'm just curious. Seeing if these big guys started longing inside this area. No, they're all holding from 40 minutes ago. 33.28, the 33.16s, 32.97s, quite a few at 32.90s, some at 32.80s. What did he catch? He caught this right here. Yeah, so we got quite a few that sit right over here in this area. At 32.80, 32.90, 32.92. That was 4 hours ago. Okay. 33.10. Market's heavy on long. 52% on longs, 48%, 44% more shorts on Bifinex. Coinex 50-50. Kraken long 54%, 50% on Coinbase, 51% on HTX. 49% on Bytunix, 49% are long, 49.997. So clearly majority of exchanges that are sitting here long. And then we have some whales that are sitting at 33.28. We're trying to flip this. Probably see a little bit better here. Let's go to 1362. Here we go. Trying to flip this level right here. 33.53. Like that's the level that needs to be flipped, broke above and then close above it. And then there's potential to go higher. Than this wave 3 just wasn't done yet. One, 2, 3, 4. And so this candle, this current session over the next, hour and 30 minutes or so would need to close underneath here. Underneath 33.35 to remain inside of a bullish setup phase. Right now it re-entered into a bearish setup phase. We did print a 9 here on a 144, showing us that there was some exhaustion here in that level, but the lead up phase was obviously pushing a little bit higher than that. So let's come back over to this 13-minute. These are exhaustion candles. That's why you see them. They're like kind of pink, if you will. It's just running into some exhaustion here. That's close enough. Yeah, 97.9. Basically 98 is where there's a good amount of liquidity for BTC in that area. Same philosophy, right? The higher we go, the deeper we're going to go. Same thing on the opposite, right? The deeper we go, the higher we're going to go. Excuse me. Hey, we got some new longs that just entered just now. One guy just entered at 33.55. I entered in negative red, entered into a BTC long at 96.8. Actually entered into a BTC short at 96.8 and a ETH long at 33.54. 3.8 million. Everybody else is just holding. Let's look at some shorts. Majority of them are at 33. Majority of them are here at this level right over here. In this area right over here. The ones that entered into shorts. And then you have longs, a couple longs that entered here. There's quite a few that entered like right over here, and some that entered right over here. This area right over here. Obviously, we got rejected here for a reason, right? There's something here that's going on that there's rejection because we're coming right back to it again. You know, so if we extend this and look left and kind of do some research on that, I'm pretty sure we can find something as to whether there's previous support here in this area and we're trying to flip it. But we're rejecting off of it, so that's what qualifies it under a bearish retest, if you will. And the the bearish retest can go all the way up to like 3,600. So yeah, we have a small pocket that sits right here at 33.79. I think that lines up with what I was looking at over here. No, just shy of that. 33.79 is right over here. Let's throw in some order blocks. I think we're in a huge order block, to be quite honest. I think this order block is quite large. Yeah, look at how big that thing is. Now there's another one that just developed here from here. But this is a pretty big order block, guys. That's pretty big. So it's a lot of work for bulls. You know, they would have to reclaim this whole order block and then push us into these levels right over here. Yeah, this is the only shaved bottom that we really have. That was from yesterday. That's at 32.12 area. Small little liquidity pocket that sits there. Yeah, going good. Long is still printing. Trying to build this short. Excuse me. And then 144 has what? An hour and 18 minutes left. Hey Siri, set a timer for 1 hour and 18 minutes. Yeah, I want to try to live right here today. I want to try to live on 13, 144, and 1362. And then, I'll come over to 1 minute every now and then and check what's going on. Look, we got an imbalance right over here too at 33.31. Those small little moves, don't be afraid to take some profits on those little dips like that. I'm saying just don't be afraid to take profits on that. I took a little bit off of there myself when we got down to these levels right over here. Dang it, missed my ad. You open a small long on that dip. Okay. You're short from 33.16. And brother, we talked about this yesterday. We were looking at 33.55s inside those zones. So first target would be 32.67. That's what I would be targeting inside this area. And then looking at these levels right here. 32.67, 32.53, 32.39. There's more liquidity that sits right over here, so this kind of makes sense for me. 32.64. There was a resistance area right here on this purple line too, so bouncing off that line as well would make sense. And then if these levels just decide to give, the next level is going to be clearing this imbalance that's down here. That sits right around like 32.12-ish. So maybe just utilize this blue line right here, which is like 32.06. And if it decides to, just go gangbusters, then it's going to be these levels right here, 31.58 inside this area. This is where the breakout was. So essentially it's retesting. It'd be retesting the symmetrical that we have from like a 610 view. And if it goes lower, same thing, key level. If it goes lower, key level, 3029. That would make total sense because I would literally sweep all of these. And I think I had on a 377. What does that sit at 377? 3052. So maybe sweeping these lows over here. So it's just level by level by level by level by level by level. Right now, currently, if you're just going to go to like an intraday time frame, you really want to see, over the next hour or so, you want to see that this candle closes underneath 33.35. If it closes underneath 33.35, then we'll remain inside of a bullish setup phase, which will point toward lower lows. Coupled with that, you also want to keep an eye on USDT. USDT, wow, USDT got a little bit of a little bouncy poo there. Yeah, nice little bounce there for it. How crazy would that be if USDT just pulls all the way back up? Owie. That would definitely be an owie for a lot of longs. But right now, just going back to ETH, like we're just paying attention to this level right now. We want to see that setup phase gets changed. And when we're coming down to these lower time frames for execution, we're just looking at this wave count like this. Looking at this being an A, this being a potential B, and then looking at this being a potential C. I was looking at this as what is this line? I don't know what this line is that I have over here. I don't know where this derives from. I'm not going to get rid of it, but it's maybe that's on my 89. Oh, where do you come from? Where do you hail from, sir? Are you just residue? Yeah, you're just residue. All right, I'm gonna get rid of that. I don't need that. So an idea that I'm kind of toying with is seeing maybe if we get a potential flag out of this, like so. I'll darken that up, or actually I'll just take the dynamic off. Actually, I will darken that up. Looking at it like that. And we have a good potential for a flag setup. And then on higher time frame, we do have some fib levels that sit relatively in that same area. There's a 0.236 level that sits right over here. So 3264, and that lines up with this retracement level, extension of fib level 1.13, so 3267. So we have some confluence that sits inside this area. That's what I'm getting at. I have some limit orders that are sitting inside that area. Doing a lot of reading, a lot of research on YouTube. Just watching, just applying different strategies, things that I've learned, and then just testing them. Spending a lot of time on the charts, a lot of times on the charts. Just running back through different ideas and then testing them and testing them, testing them, testing them, testing them. Running into a lot of failure on them, like, okay, that didn't work, that didn't work, that didn't work. And then finding something that worked. So let's see, on average, so it's 104 days that are weekends, so I don't work weekends. So that's about 261 days. Then we got holidays on top of that. So let's just take off, like, I don't know, maybe like 15 days off of that. So about 246 days total. And 24 hours in a day, but I'm mainly just trading. Let's go on average like 12 hours a day. And so let's do 246 times 20. Oops. And multiply that with 12 hours. So like 59,000 hours I have with charting in my career. And so I'm of the philosophy, if you do anything for 10,000 hours plus, you're considered an expert. And that could be anything. It could be a professional balloon maker. It could be a video gamer. Doesn't matter. So just putting a lot of hours, man. That's it. Following some people, seeing what their strategies look like, either agreeing or disagreeing with it, liking it. I used to follow some people and then really get discouraged. Like, their setup didn't work, and I, had a lot of faith in it, and then over leveraging. So, I'd get taken out, I'd get really discouraged with it. So I really just stopped paying attention to it in the sense of relying on it, and more so just looking at their idea and going, okay, well, how did they come up with that? and then just kind of doing some of my own tests with that and saying, okay, yeah, I can see that does kind of make sense. And then it just took time. It just took time, just constantly doing it. It's kind of what I say to you guys. The more you show up, the better you'll be. Yeah, for sure. I definitely have an X. I'll put it inside the chat for you. Somebody can grab it, but I'll try to grab it here. Hold on. Um, those are underscores. So underscore, underscore. All right, so we're testing that level again. What is that? 33, 34, right? Let's see, let's go back to 144. See, now it's back underneath it. So pretty big area that bulls need to reclaim. In my opinion, I think they just need a little bit more fuel. That's why like this 3260 area. Let's do this too. Let's layer this on top. Let's go ahead and just take 50% of this candle. Just this candle. Okay, so it's suppressed underneath that. What does 50% of that body look like? Yeah, 3268. That's right inside that area too. Okay. So I think they just need to get a little bit more fuel, right? Let's just come down into these areas, and I think they have the opportunity to move a little bit higher. So let's see if we can get like a decent flag here in this area. I think coming down to this level right over here makes sense. And then we get over here, most people are going to start shorting again inside the zone, and then we get a push up to the upside. If this gets completely invalidated and just pushes down lower, like this flag can actually come down to these levels and still be a flag. But I like this zone over here. I'll move this over too. I haven't designed any harmonics just yet on this on these recent moves. Take a little TP there real quick. Sorry, I'm doing two things at once. My bad. I took a little TP right here on this. Didn't long or anything like that. Just took a little TP. I mean, I'm on Insta, but I mean, I barely even post there. I just use Insta just to chat with some friends here and there. I'm on TikTok as well. TikTok, I mainly just chat with my son on there. I post some videos, but I'm predominantly most active on YouTube, Discord, and Twitter. Like those are the places I'm the most active. I think I'm the most active of all inside of Discord. I think a lot of us, from a short perspective, I think a lot of us are, overall looking at that lower level, but I don't think they'll give that to us. I think they'll give us this level right here inside this zone, take 50% of this candle in here. Logically, yeah, it makes sense to clear imbalance, but I mean, just because we have imbalances, it doesn't necessarily mean that we always have to go there. Volume dynamics can step in and it can change the regime in the sense of where price action is going to go. So right now we're inside of an expansion. Can we revisit those at a later date, later time? Yes. But just because you start to see it move down, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to go there. It could just be, something that you can pinpoint and mark for a future and later date. I mean, you can look at ETH from a higher time point perspective, and I think there's a shaved bottom like at 71 cents or something like that. This is obviously when from inception, but we never revisit that area, and it's been eons, for lack of better terminology, since we've been in those areas. I do upload some video on TikTok, yeah. Well, yeah, I put the ad in there. Sorry, my bad. I did that. I actually spaced it out because I didn't know if it was going to like tag somebody or something weird like that. But yeah, that's my Twitter handle. I underscore underscore am underscore underscore saint underscore underscore. I was just saying this last night. I think it was last night or earlier today, early in this morning. Yeah, think about it. Both sides. Like, it's the first month of the year. Like, do you genuinely believe that that was our lowest point that we went to for the year, and then we're just going to go to all time high from here, or this is the highest point that we've reached for the year, and we're going to go all the way down to like zero to make light of it? It's like, no. I mean, there's a lot of time for moves to develop. So looking at the first of the year is like looking at like a 5 minute candle or a 1 minute candle, saying, okay, well, I'm gonna set up for a swing here. You know, chances are it's gonna get round tripped if not pushed out. So I think by like Q3, Q3, excuse me, month three, the moves should be developed, right? So in the event, let's say that let's just say we went to 3,800 from here. Let's just use as an example. We went to 3,800 from here. Then you could develop your position, your swing short from those levels, and then write it down, hold it for 2-3 months, and then once we get into, let's say, 2,200. Let's just use as an example. Then you'd build your long in that area. So we have a lot of time within the year for true highs and true lows to develop. All of this is just like consolidation and take both sides. You got these heavy whales going in. I think we had like $200 million liquidation on shorts yesterday. So the more that we keep trying to hold above that line, that 33, 35 area, I take some profits off of my short, because there's still the probability that we go right back to this area, to this entry level, and then either I'm going to have another opportunity to add back to my short, or we get taken out here in this area, and then wave three is just not done yet here in this area. So that's just the way that I handle that. We have another 56 minutes left on this, so a lot could happen inside that time frame. I don't know of many TD9 sequential traders that are out there. I don't think it's a common strategy for a lot of individuals out there. It is used. It is a popular one, but I haven't come across many traders that utilize it. I'd say out of like 10 traders, I'd probably find maybe like 4 to 6 at most. I appreciate the follows, guys, by the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And see, that's again another reason why just don't overly commit. Treat them like scalps. If you get another entry here in that area, fantastic. At least you made profit on the way down, and then you have another chance to go. And if you get stopped out, well, you made some profit, so it's really not gonna hurt your account to that effect. I'll probably take some videos from here and post them on TikTok or something like that. But these videos they're pretty long, so to go through them and edit them, things like that, that would take a hot minute. I have an alarm set at 3353.50. So I don't know if you guys can hear the alarm or not, but that's where that line, I have an alarm set for that area. We could start seeing, some fluctuations above that here in this area. We had an order block that got developed here in this area. So, but this is a relatively huge order block, just not what I wanted. That's pretty massive. I think it's kind of ballsy in my opinion. If we look at where some of those longs were coming from. They longed right underneath it. And then you still have people still longing inside of it. You had an order block that developed inside of it too. Right, that we're tapping right into that now. Which, where is New York? New York's right here. That's like the bottom of it. So if we bounce here in this area, if we come back, because we have no retest, there's been 0 retests of New York open high. So if we come back and test this area over here and we bounce inside the zone, we'll probably literally just quite range inside of this area. That's just, those are scalps, man. And until proven otherwise, sometimes you can get into a scalp position and all of a sudden it turns into a swing. That has happened. But once you see this structure start setting up, Money Man's going to step in and literally push both sides. They're going to take both sides. So everybody that was shorting here on these moves like this, and then we had to plummet down, all of them got taken out today. Boom, gone. We'd like to see a break of structure. That would be great. We can get a break of structure. That could be a potential good short there. Good swing short on that. I thought I changed the colors of you. I need to have that the opposite way, but that's fine. I'll fix that later. bounce off that 50. I need to change this. It's just the way my brain works. And you got a death cross right over here too. Actually, excuse me. Golden cross right there, excuse me. And you got a death cross right here on daily. Testing that 200. This would need to be above, and then you got to break a structure right on top of that. One, two, three, four. You got a golden cross right here on a 4-hour. 3165. That's testing the 4-hour 50 EMA. Yeah. I could even come down to there if I really wanted to. Wow. 3134. I would smoke a lot of them. Yeah, I'm going to be careful with this 3264. I'm going to be very careful with that one. Daily, you have a death cross. You don't have a golden cross on daily. Just going right back to that real quick. There's your 200. There's your 100. There's your 50. Right here was your death cross. Saying Prince right here. This is your death cross right here. Give us a little push into here. That'd be good. A little push up to here. Right in this zone right here. Yeah, I wanted to add on that. I was just being hesitant. I want to see 3368, see if we get a flush up to that area. I think there's a lot of shorts piling in over there. Yeah, there's a couple of them on my YouTube. Like there's a DMI and there's a couple of them inside of my ¿cómo se llama? My Discord that are pinned inside Discord. So there's a DMI training on there. There's a fib zone training that's on there. How to use Fibonacci retracement level is on there. Elliott waves is on there. TD9 sequential is on there. How to scalp is on there. So there's a couple on there. So I'm going to set a limit for 3368. In the event I get a push into that area, just kind of push out these people here, high leverage, that are just shorting this area. It's still short now. I really haven't changed my short. I've just taken some profits off of it. Excuse me. I have mine set to 75. Maybe you have yours set a little bit higher than mine. It's the only thing I can think of. Dang it, I wanted to add on that and I didn't. I feel like today could be a good profitable day for shorts, to be honest with you. I feel like today could be that good day. How much time is left on this 144? 40 minutes. Yeah, a lot can happen in 40 minutes. I'm on 13-minute and I'm not printing 100. I'll DM you the settings that I have, but you can see them here. No, you're gonna give me another chance? What are you gonna do here? Yeah, 2800 would be amazing. I think we're gonna push into that 3368 level though. Excuse me. Yeah, show me a DM bar. I got you. I got you. Yeah, so either you're gonna respect that trend line You're actually right over here. Or you're gonna push into 3368. Yeah, you're gonna push into 3368. Just squeezing shorts, man. That's all it's really doing. Come on, get in there, get in there. So that order block was basically just taken just now. You just front ran me. You just front ran me. That's funny. That's absolutely hilarious. And it's squeezing shorts. That's mainly what you're looking at right now. Where do you see that? U.S. should strike Iran sometime this week? Is that on Twitter? Yeah, war is never good for markets per se. It's good for economy, creates more jobs, but I'm gonna go back to that daily real quick. Yeah, violating over that. Was it on a 2-day? Or was it a 4-hour? Oh, price action was just underneath that just a minute ago. 3340. Yep. That was a good touch. That was a good touch. Let's see if it can maintain that. Now you're pushing above it. What's your next level? Hmm. Wicked above, but closed underneath. Yeah, shorts keep piling in. That's what they're just feeding into longs right now. And came right back to wave 5, 33.71. Just revisit it. That's all I did. Now, if I'm if I'm a bull and I started longing these areas this morning or longing down here, like this is the level that you're looking to defend. Still haven't came back and retested New York open high. But I think the move essentially gets established like by like around 11:30. $33.79. What's that? $33.79. Oh, like a double top kind of thing right in this area. This little liquidity pocket right here. Yeah. Wouldn't object to that. Oh, you're long from 33.16? Oh, no, go then to 33.16. Okay, I got you. I got you. Hmm. All right. Did they just long 33.60s? I want to see if there's a bull out there that longed 3360. Sure did. Opened at 3367. He longed right here. And there's a liquidity pocket right here. Just caught that. 3376. I think that's what you were just talking about, Guido. That area. That's on a 2-minute. Yeah, right over here. Look for this area. Where was that? 3370? So that was like, right, what is that? Right over here? Yeah, it's right over here. If it goes higher, then again, wave 3 just wasn't done yet. And wave 4 just hasn't really begun. And if it does go higher, it clears this imbalance that sits over here. Filling majority of this wick. Interesting. Massive downtrend resistance line? That would be huge. That would be a huge line. That would be absolutely embarrassing for bulls if it just completely just cascaded down to here and closed underneath here. That would need to be the move. And we got 20 minutes left, and that's. And what level is that? Right over here. There's a 200 EMA that sits right there. Let's see if any more longs entered. No, that guy's at 33.68. We have some longs at 33.44, 33.43, 33.28. That puts us right around here inside this area. Some at 33.16. Some at 32.96, which I believe was this move down. No, wait. That was this morning. Right over here. USDT came right back to that same level again. Actually, it breached a little bit lower. But that's interesting. It breached lower, but ETH didn't go higher. Interesting. Very interesting. And retesting the support level over here. I think they're anticipating USDT to completely collapse, but it still has dominance from a weekly perspective. It's just a loss of strength. It still holds dominance though. Yeah, not much going on over here except for just a massive wick. We saw something very similar when we were like at all-time high, and then we were hitting that 4,700 wall. We saw something very similar to that. Yeah, 33.76. Let's see what that looks like. I want to see how many shorts actually are piling on, because maybe we got more shorts that are piling on, and this is what's fueling it right now. No, they're all from an hour ago. Yeah, they're all from an hour ago. 33.40. They were shorting basically what turned into a support level for bulls. And that would flush this. That would create a balance here. What was that 33.80? And what do we go to 33.81? That would be double top. And then there's a little smidge right at 33.84. That would clear the imbalance there. Yeah. I'm gonna look for this, guys. Right over here. That's what I'm gonna look for. I don't have enough screen real estate to show you, but you get the idea. Targeting that 32.64 area. Yeah, there's one. That was fast too. Oof, that was fast. Wicked right into that 33.76 area. Just a little bit above it, 33.77. So it just tapped into that liquidity pocket. Yeah, I think we're gonna get into that level that I just was marking off just now. Opened. Just cleared some imbalance in those areas. Just took all that liquidity in that zone. And it just cleared this imbalance over here that we had over here. So that's cleared. Not seeing where it wants to go. Uh, 87, 93. And it's trying to break into 3400s. USDT 5.717. I'm targeting 32.64. But I need to make some adjustments to my wave 4. I need to make some adjustments to my wave 4. This looks like wave 3 was just finishing. And that could be the one. Oh, that looks like that's the one. 32.64. All right. Let's get it. All right, so let me go back and redo this legwork on here. All right, we've taken this. I don't need you. I'll readjust this. I'll just hide you for now. Let me take off my dynamics real quick. So it swept those highs, which is fine. Let's make some adjustments on this. Excuse me. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. So coming into this area right over here is ideally what we're looking for. Where's that box that I had earlier? Quite large. Okay. Let's fix this. Definitely no flag on that. If anything, we're gonna get a megaphone. You can still get a flag that way. Just gonna be open faced. And what is this 144 at now? It's literally got 7 minutes in it, so it's gonna close above. So 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4, still same level. That's gonna be a key level for bulls. 33, 35. This is what they need to defend. Yeah, I have a 34.49 level right over here. invent this wave 5 wasn't done from this time frame. I have a 34.49. Yeah, I do have that. Just gotta see, that's all. Just wait. I don't know why the messages are retracted. I'm still long. I'm long from 3093 and working on building shorts. Catching the top of wave 3 from this perspective. A wave 3 here, and then looking for a wave 4, and then a wave 5 somewhere ending somewhere over here. Looking for these targets as far as like wave 4. This would be super bullish. You'd have a double bottom right over here just based on this candle, which is like 3280. And that would push us even higher. That would push us to the top of this. I would like to see 3204, you know, hang on to the 3200 block and then move right back up. One, two, three, four. That's a long way down in order to get there to change that setup phase. I want to see what longs are doing right now. If more longs entered. You got some longs that entered at 3370, 3374, 3368. $2 million position on ETH, $3 million position on Bitcoin. Bitcoin he entered at 97,482. What did Bitcoin go to? Did it go to 98 yet? Darn near close to it. Darn near close to it. Just touching the bottom of that, just getting right to it. It should touch that. I would look for a reaction on that. Mm. 3279. Taps right into those levels. I think everybody's scared to short, to be honest with you. I think most people are scared to short. It's on a 2-minute. I want to come back over to the 13-minute. I got another screen here I'm looking at. I do read the comments, buddy. Did you have a question? Yeah, well, if you took the long from last week, you're sitting in good. We had some good longs, just taking profits on them. Did you go to an extension level? Yeah, you went to an extension level. Yeah, buddy. I feel like I've answered that probably like 7 times already, but I'll answer for the 8th for you. I quite literally just showed you exactly what I was doing here. It's not about me reading comments. It's about you just actually stopping and paying attention. I'm measuring out a wave 3 and I'm waiting for a wave 4. This is going to be the area that I'm looking for. These levels. You make somebody moderator. Where's Rebel? And then I'll make Guido as well too. You guys can save me the headaches. I just added a couple of you guys as moderators. All right, so now it's just about waiting. Same story, same game. Running hot on heat maps. Still relatively strong. Not gonna lie. Not necessarily inside of an over topped out and an overbought. Money flow is still coming in right now, so we could float around this area. It has potential to go to 34.49. We just gotta be diligent with it. That's a weird scallop at the top, though. That's a weird scallop. Usually I'll find scallops here on the bottom. But from a 610 perspective, I mean, just straight erect. $34.07 resistance area over there too. Right, this whole area right here. This was support. Cascaded underneath it, but bounced off of it before, then cascaded against it. Act as a point of resistance again, then give us this low. So we're kind of right back in those same fields. This needs to be the area that it needs to flip. Yeah, I mean it can feel like that sometimes. Let's take a look and see if we got any more shorts that are opening on these. Excuse me, longs that are opening. Yeah, we'll take a look right now. Let's take a look. $33.93. This guy just entered 20 minutes ago. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, 33.93, 33.41. I don't think we're gonna have, and I don't think any of those guys from yesterday that were in the 31.40s or what have you. I don't think those guys are in anymore. I would be shocked if they're in. Yeah, they all got pushed out. So every single short whale wise, this guy's still sitting in it from. Jeez, I stand corrected. This guy is dying. Jeez. Oh my gosh, this guy is feeling it. Because he's been sitting in BTC short for a while. Okay. These guys are still sitting in it. Now we're trying to test resistance areas. I got my alarms going off. Hold on real quick, guys. Look at this guy. 29.81. Holy smokes. How? Bro, you take another. Okay. Oh, this guy. Jeez, look at this guy. It's got to be a bot trader. I'd fire my bot. You're fired, bro. His liquidation price is 5K, so he doesn't see 5K coming. So he's just going to hold and hold and hold and hold and hold. That's kind of crazy. You got a whale that's, short from 2,900 still holding. A lot of these guys are still just holding from December, late December. Even though they got round tripped. That's crazy. I want to take a look at order blocks real quick. Yep. Tapped into a good portion right there. 3177. I mean, we've got a couple of small little shelves, but not much liquidity there in that area. I think the big portion of it would be this area right over here. Those 3189s. What does that look like on our chart? Let's take a look at that 3189. Let's make reference to that here. Hang on for a quick second. So there's liquidity that sits right over here inside, literally inside this zone, inside this pocket. I'm not picking that up. I'm getting something lower. Let me try something different. Are you gonna activate or what? Oh, you're active. Okay. Jeez, I can't even see you. Um, Nothing here. Oh, that liquidity is way, 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 way down there. Way down there. No, not gonna happen. Maybe. Big fat maybe. Not the way that's currently turning out, but no. All right, I want to go to 144. Let's look at some liquidity here. 2986 again, still taking a majority of it over here. Let's come down to 89 minute. Still a little bit more above. Go to 233. I'm trying to match up with what they see. That's pretty darn close. That's still a little bit higher. So maybe 21 minute. Nope. I can go 34 minute. 34 minute gives me that. I have a couple pockets, but there's a pocket here. 3147, smaller little pocket right here. Damn, that's a big push down. Wow. Okay. So if I'm just making reference to, I'm going to go back to CoinGlass real quick. It's on a 15 minute, so let's go a little bit higher. Damn, that gets deep. Wow, the real liquidity sits 2045 on higher time frame. There's a shelf right here. That would be nasty work inside the month of January if it does that. Damn, that'd be nasty work. It would invalidate this wave count because it would go below here. It literally would target these areas, this pocket right over here. Oh, you can't see on my screen. Sorry. If it came down to these levels, it would invalidate this count. It would invalidate that count and then revalidate this count over here. There's 2845, 2845. No, because that needs to go lower. It needs to collect over here. Sweep that. That would need to be swept. Right, maybe even a double bottom. but you can get a wave 5 that looks like that. $5.708. Why aren't you showing there? That's weird. Yeah, it collapsed underneath that 0.32. Next level is going to be here. That would push ETH. That would push ETH pretty aggressively, to be honest with you. USDT would need to start looking at recovering. I'm going to go to 610. I think I had an idea for 610. Look at that. And it just printed a 9. An impulse, too. I don't need you. I don't need you. And I don't need you. You violated that. I no longer need you. You violated that. I no longer need you. Yep. And what did I have? 5.743. Meaning that wave 4 wasn't done. I'm going to scoot that over. Let's see if that impulse is done. No buy signal on it yet. It's still running strength, so just be careful. And you see these little moves like this, just take profits. If you're shorting, just take profits. Yeah, watching paint. I need more longs to start opening. Yeah. Dead on the inside. Yeah. 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 USDT needs to start recovering here. We got a nice impulse. Flush. Flush these lows right over here. So these are the next levels right over here for a wave 4. If it's going to maintain this, these are relatively flat levels, but that would essentially push ETH up higher. But considering that this ran into exhaustion, and then if I look at the same time frame for ETH is running into exhaustion, is running pretty darn hot. Look, every time it gets hot, sideways, then you have a move down, runs hot, sideways, move up. I'm really focused on not the orange, the red piping hot like this. So I'm seeing similarities here. See, we had the same thing here. We had to push down. Now we're running hot again in this area. We cleared a lot of imbalance. We've collected a good chunk of liquidity that was to the upside. There's still more liquidity to the upside. But I think, how are we going to move higher, right? Like, where's that liquidity going to come from? Let's go to a daily here. It would target these areas. Still bearish retest levels. Like, still bearish retest levels. And then, again, just going back to monthly. I mean, can't be the low for the year, for the whole year. That's still printing a 10. So this lead-up phase wasn't completely done yet. See how this had a 13 lead-up phase and it printed a little bit higher, then it started collapsing? You're looking for a lead-up phase here on this. to print a 13 like that to show that that trend is done and exhausted. And the next level that we have, that I have just mathematics wise, I think I have it on 89 minute. It's right over here. 34.49. That's the next level that I see having. Right now, we're still respecting, technically we're still respecting the 33.71. You see a wick here, that's liquidation wick, really. So if we start closing over there, it's very similar to what we saw when we were at 31.23, right? We were looking at it on a 610 actually. Right, we kept on trying to break above it, but we kept closing beneath it. So every one of these candles over here was just liquidation candles because people were entering into shorts, and we kept closing on that. And that happened for 4 days. 4 days. And my fib zone was actually accurate. I removed my fib zone on my 89 minute. I had this level being tapped into, these two levels being tapped into by the 15th. Between the 12th and the 15th. I think that's best case right now. I think we'll probably float around in this. We need to see an ABC. That would be amazing. I could sign on to that because it would clear all this. This little space that you see inside here, there's nothing going on over here. And then we have a 9 failure over here. Just like we had a 9 failure on this right over here. Right? 7, 8, 9. See how it moved up? We had a 9 failure right over here, actually on a 610. You can view it from a 610. Right here. So I'm on the side to saying I don't think that trend was completely exhausted, completely done. Sure, if it goes higher, then the deeper it goes. The higher we go, the deeper we go. Yeah, but the fact that those guys are still holding, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around what they're thinking. It's kind of the same thing that I'm looking at right now. Month open. It's not a shaved bottom, but it's pretty darn close to it. You got an open at 2970.39, and it literally just went down 39 cents to a 29.70 flat, like a psychological level. There's no change on that or anything like that. So I would find it odd for us not to revisit this area before the year's out. So someone that's sitting in here saying, I'm swing longing all the way up to these levels. Sure, you got to swing, but chances are you're going to not only be round tripped, you're going to get pushed out. . 144. That's what I was looking at. I'm on 13 minute and 144. 1 1, 2, 3, 4. Still the key level for it. If that's the next session, then 1, 1, 2, 3, and then 4. That's a harder push. So then that would probably put us in the next one. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Then closing beneath this. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so that would put me. I'm gonna get rid of that for now. I can always put it back. It's fine. So then 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Yeah, then closing underneath here. Closing underneath this level. Hold up. I need to check something. And we're sitting inside of an advanced wave. I think we're sitting inside of an advanced wave. So let's assume that was wave 4. Yeah, it should have stopped here to have equal height. So once we get above this level, then we're sitting inside of advanced areas. A good way of measuring that too is just you can kind of go from wave 1 to wave 3, or I just did that backwards. I went from wave 3 to wave 1. If you can get on there, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. All right, so these are advanced levels. So if we get into this area, this is an advanced wave. But we literally, wave 5 shouldn't be taller than wave 1. It's not 100% accurate. You know, you can have your nuances where it goes above. That's why you have advanced waves. So right now it's entering into advanced wave territory. And I'll go back to saying it. You know, the higher we go, the deeper we're gonna go. Um, we'll look at. I mean, there's a couple little pockets that sit right over here. I'll show you here on CoinGlass. Like the next pocket is going to be 3530 all the way up to literally 3706. If we just boom to those areas, then same BS. Wave 3 is just not done on that higher time frame that I'm looking at. Higher we go, deeper we're going to go. So while you are shorting here in these areas and you don't have the confirmation, maybe you caught, you know, quote unquote a pico top, you got to treat them as scalps. You can be profitable and not lose money on them. Don't just hold on to them like, okay, Saint says we're going all the way down. I'm going to hold on to this thing. Even if we get back to my entry, I'm going to hold on to it. Then you're in the red and you're like, yo, I thought we were going down. You got to wait till you have some signs of weakness. Right now, we've cleared a lot of levels, which is great on lower time frames. Actually, on an 89 minute, right? Like we've cleared some of these levels. We've created some balance here in those areas. I want to adjust this fib real quick. What is this? Wait, no. Oh yeah, that's from here. Okay, I was losing my mind there for a second. So I just want to adjust this, get the mathematics right on that. We'll zoom in on that a little bit. So you see this 34.49, there's some liquidity that sits here like on an 89 minute. That'd be the next spot where bulls want to target. Actually, you can't see that because you have my 34.49 is going to be right around here. A very small pocket. Very small pocket. And there's a small little shelf that sits right in that area too. So let me go over to the chart so I can fix this. I'm just going to add another one because way too high. What are you doing, Saint? I'm at 1.125. What are you doing? There we go. Obviously unconventional fib levels that I'm looking at. Yeah, that works. I'll take that. That's fine. Ideally, I want to see it close underneath here, the 1.125 inside this zone, but this is the mathematics for it in that sense. And then we have another level that sits right over here. Yeah, and see USDT is coming right back down again, coming back right back to that same level. They got a 9 printing here. We're probably going to see another up thrust. I mean, yeah, another up thrust on ETH here pretty soon. This thing needs to climb. If you're short, it needs to climb. So just give me a shave bottom. Is that an unauthentic move? Yep, sure was. Yeah, we'll revisit this. We'll revisit this. Pretty darn close to the top of that wave 1. It's a deep wave 4. So I have this mapped out. So we're getting right into these levels. So what is that? 5.692. Just be on the lookout for that. That would probably push ETH right into these levels that we're talking about. So scalp your short. Don't be married to it. You're getting closer to the levels where it's going to be exhausted and you can actually sit inside that short for a while. But don't start full porting in here now and then lose it. Then it goes to those levels and then comes all the way back down and you're kicking yourself. So just treat them like scalps. I switched it off of CoinGlass. If you're referring to my liquidation, I'm using dynamic volume, and then I use candles with coin glasses. It's relatively the same logic, just showing you where there's a cluster of orders that are built up in those zones. So where price action would go to, because that's how price action really moves. It moves by hunting liquidity. And what did we say here? Let's just mark that off, just so we have that as well too. And let's add an alarm to that. So the level is 5.696. And we tapped right at 5.70, so just a smidget above it. But just be on the lookout for that, which it kind of tells me that ETH is going to be, it's running into exhaustion. Without a doubt, it's running into exhaustion. It's got to take a pause here. Your question as far as 3300s, yeah, I think we'll definitely get there at some point. I guess the better question would be is like if you can stomach that red. You know, if we get to 34.49 or 34.23 instead of those levels, you know, how do you react to that? BTC, let's take a look at you on a daily. That's a key level, 98. The next key level, if it decides to keep pumping higher, is going to be 103 for BTC. Thing is, BTC is not even technically running hot here on a daily. I mean, it's warm. You know, it's like actually it is running warm. It's running quite warm. Very warm. What happens when BTC runs warm like that? Massive cooldown forever and a day. Yeah, see, it's ran warm before. Like it's this color right now. And then it ran like that for a while, but still edged up, still chopped up. Thing with ETH, and see ETH on a daily is not, it doesn't even look warm like that. Oh, look at index. Yeah, it's like pea yellow. So any way I could describe that. It's literally pissing all over shorts. Same thing there. The only time frames that it's really running hot, somewhat here. 89-minute that is piping hot. Bro, if we can close just like that, we'll have a shooting star. Just like that. And that's in the next 22 minutes. Running hot. Cleared the TD9 sequential count. Cleared this area. Suppressed under the 1.125 level, fib level. I mainly want to see if it can close there like that and then come underneath here. What does 144 show me? Yeah, 144 has got a good amount of time. So an hour and 50 hour and 44 minutes left. Let's go to pattern site real quick. What's the probability on that? I forget it. Shooting star. There's one line and there's a two line. Bearish reversal 59% of the time. So those are pretty decent odds if we do get that. 59% chance. But even if it closes above that, right? I'm really looking to see that that wick is 2 times the size of this body. So, you know, if we look at the body of this, we'll zoom in on that a little bit for us. You know, coming cascading down to here, then we'll have a bearish engulfing. But I really prefer that, to be quite honest, because then that gives an opportunity for more longs to start entering. Right. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So it's like almost 3 times the size of the body. That's ideal what we're looking for here. Maybe you can get like another small little retest inside these areas. Maybe somewhere over here, get like another wick, 33.84, somewhere in those levels. But that's really what we're going to be looking for. If we can get a reversal. We got a doji on 55. No doji on 55. The open and the close have to be within like pennies of each other. You can get a spinning top, yeah. You can even look at this as being a shooting star as well too. Just as an FYI. But not a doji. It would need to be a little bit, it would need to be closer. So if you come over to data window and just look at that candle, open was 33.73 and the close was 33.69. So they are dollars apart from each other, but the true characteristics is for the body to be like pennies from each other. That's a true doji. And there's several different dojis. Gravestone dojis, dragonfly dojis, all that. I think there's like 5 different ones. And it's where they're positioned that matters most. Hope that helps. Your liquidation is 34.90s. What are you going to do if we get to 34.49? Why didn't you just close and take the L and just re-enter? I don't understand. Just holding? Like, don't hold on to losers, guys. Don't hold on to losers. If it's going against you, just take the L and then just look for a better entry. It doesn't mean that your bias or your narrative is wrong. It just means that you just don't have a good entry. Like, look at some of these whales that are short from like 31.43 and they're still holding. Yeah, we all looked at it. Their entries are atrocious, but their bias is probably going to be the same. That's why they're holding on to it. They're like, well, we'll revisit this area. We'll be back over here. But mind you, their liquidations are like 8 grand, 9 grand, all-time highs, things like that. I'm pretty sure they had the conviction, like, we'll revisit my level before we go back to an all-time high. We closed half of the position, and then reopened higher. Took some partial profit. Now I'm break even with level. See, that's what's up. There you go. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Maybe if we have another push up to the upside, but we don't break a new high, those are areas that you want to start looking at to re-enter into your short. So that's good. Yeah, I'm still holding on to my long. Me personally, my longs from 3093, I haven't added to it since. I've actually just been utilizing that to cover any burns that I've taken. Yeah, running high. Was it 89? Yeah. No, stop. Don't. Stop right there. Please stop right there. Hold that ground, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hold that ground. Now we need to change this setup phase. Let's go 4 back because it won't happen on this session. Let's go 4 back. 2, 3, 4. Damn, that's a deep push. Yeah, we're probably gonna float around here for a little while. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a deep push. 3303. And we all know how ETH behaves, right? Like ETH is notorious for literally erasing pumps. There's one thing you can count on ETH. It will definitely erase a pump. It will definitely erase a pump. I mean, look at this. All this do. Move up, erased. Move up, good chunk erased. Held on to it, people, and then boom, erased. So ETH is notorious for that. Same BS over here, man. Massive pump, got us to an all-time high, and erased a good chunk of it. Oh, wow. There's no way you're going to do that in 14 minutes. Dang it. I really wanted to see it to close right around in these areas. I wanted to see it hold that area, man. Just start stalling out. I took a little bit of profits off of mine. And I'm just going to look to add back again. Once we get in back into those areas, I'm just going to look back to add again. Yeah, it took a little bit off the top of that. Dang, what is 1 minute doing? I run into cooldowns right now. Yeah, so I feel good about taking some of those profits on that. Yeah, 33.53. Yep, that's the key level. They're going to try to defend that hard. That was a previous support area. Ah, pushed underneath it. No way. No way. No way. Well, we don't have a shooting star anymore. That eliminated that idea. Best you can hope for now if you're going to get a reversal is an engulfing. But we're not going to get that. I'll just let the rest run. If I get an ad, I get an ad. But I just took 500 in profit off of that. I don't know why that's doing that. Hang on, guys. Sorry, I messed that up. Why aren't you showing me that? I don't know why it's doing that. Hold on. Tight work. GG, bro. GG. Some of you guys can barely make that out. I'll help you out. For you guys that keep asking or curious, that's what it looks like. Just a quick, easy 1100. If I wanted to close out here, could be technically just done for the day. We want to see what this can mature to. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 144? Yeah, it's got to close underneath here. It's just getting to that line. It's like, nope, not today. Yeah, USDT climbed right back above here. So it needs to maintain that. If USDT can maintain that, then I think shorts are going to be okay. No interest in adding to longs or anything like that, to be quite honest. I'm only interested, if it goes right back up, I'm only interested in shorts. I already have the long running. Yep. Going home in a little bit, bro. Catch you in a bit. All right, brother. Be good, man. God bless you. 9156 in BTC. To fill the monthly BPR that's been left behind. Waiting for 3390 not cleared on X, and then 2418 areas to add more, and then we'll see. Yeah. So we got a new 144 coming in here soon. Yeah, 4 more minutes. So now at this point, you know, just considering where entry level's at, I'm looking for add backs. You know, if we come up to this level, then you know I'll break even on mine. I'll still do like $500 on that move, and then I'll re-enter into shorts here in this area. So it wasn't time wasted per se, if that makes any sense. But definitely not an area that I'd be looking to long or anything like that. Just me personally, no. You might be able to catch yourself like a scalp long, but you know, is the risk reward really worth it in that sense? Maybe you started longing here thinking 33.53 is going to hold. Now you're back to break even, or maybe you're trying to catch these levels right over here. But these are going to be like the key levels that I feel like we need to break below if we're going to go lower. And I'm really interested to see what occurs here. 32.64. Go higher. Let me add to my short. I'm good with that. We'll have a long day together again today, guys. Just as an FYI, one thing we did not do is we didn't mark off a PM session. So let's just go ahead and do that just for cycle of action. Mm, you got a shaved head there, though. Let's see. We'll probably revisit that. Yeah, so we got a shaved head here. Very similar to what we were seeing earlier. Let's mark these off proper. So really, we want to see this area respected. That kind of lines up with the 3371 that we were just talking about. What we were reviewing. That's that 1.125 fib level. So maybe you did long it. I didn't. I'm just saying maybe you did. That's what it would look like for you. Oh. I've already TP'd the a good portion of the short so far. No, I didn't download Arc Raiders yet. No, not yet. I'm still working through Ninja Gaiden. I haven't had much time to actually play, quite honest. Doing these streams during the course of the week, I'm just exhausted after, to be honest with you. I still got to make dinner after and all that stuff, so I'm just beat mentally. Why is it weird? It's not weird, bro. If we could start getting like clean rejections inside this area, I'm gonna go ahead and put a box on it because we have an imbalance on a 5-minute that sits right in that area. You know, so if we start rejecting this area here, I'm open to just adding like small positions to my short. I want to see signs of weakness first, though. Like if it just takes that level, then no. So what I'll do is I'll mark it off here on a 13-minute and then see what it looks like here on a 1-minute. But on a 5-minute, we do have a shaved head right here. Maybe the next session. So that would be 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Man, that would be deep. And this thing still has an hour and 22 minutes left. Man, that's a long time. That is a long time. Yeah, it needs to kind of stay around this area and come down lower. Just a little hesitant here, just looking at this 144. Maybe pull to here and then come back down again. Oh, you rejected the low. Did you reject the low? You got shy with the low. Okay. You didn't even touch the low yet. Yeah, I don't like that imbalance. We'll probably see it. We'll probably see it like in the next hour or so. Hmm. Only shot I take here is when they jump up 200 again. Yeah, just, if you're happy with the profit, take it. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm glad you guys are liking them. Glad you guys are liking them. I'd say like 98%, 99%. I'll give you guys credit. 99% of you guys have been a good audience, man. So I don't mind doing it. Yeah, imagine this. Imagine if we get a move and we just get a flush. It runs all the way back down to um, month open. Could you imagine that? Just imagine that. Price just runs all the way back down to here and just doop. I mean, it did it in the previous month. Look, ran all the way up to here and it came all the way down to here. Let's see what USDT is doing real quick. USDT is kind of holding a little strong here. Holding a little strong. That's good. Maybe USDT found some recovery. If that found some recovery, I feel really good about that because the monthly on USDT, monthly is still inside of a bearish setup phase. You know, this would have to come down 1, 2, 3. It'd have to come all the way down to here, 4.539, and ETH would be at a ridiculous number. I wanted to see this level, but you know, this is a flat level. This is a flat level. This is from my 610 point of view. You know, inside of these areas. So if it respects that right there, then we're gonna go into a wave 5 for USDT, and that's why I have wave 5 at 7.298. The market will melt. I don't know why your comments get redacted or retracted. I don't know, maybe you're deleting, I don't know. It just shows retracted on my side. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. So if you guys are here on the stream, if you could do me a favor, if you follow me on Twitter, I posted this inside on Twitter. If you want to go into the comment section and you know just post your P&L cards, the setups that you took today, that would be huge. That would be probably the best way you could ever thank me is by you know showing proof of the concepts work. I'm trading with this guy. Here's my proof in the pudding. This is what I'm looking at. This is what I did today. That would mean a lot to me personally. It's like a testimonial. Or like, share, comment. Any one of those on Twitter. I think a lot of you guys are follow me. If you don't, you can find me I_am_saint_. Descending triangle on a 1 minute. Wait, what am I? My bad. I'm on the wrong charts. Whoops. And it's not a dumb question. You know, these questions are good. Yeah, you can look at it like that. It looks more like a channel to me, though. Looks more like a channel, unless you want to move this up. But then you get a like a megaphone, a descending megaphone, or not a descending megaphone. It can be called the same thing, but a descending broadening wedge, right? Because it's broadening out. But no, not a dumb question. It's perfectly fine that you asked that. Why do I feel like I'm on the wrong chart? I'm on the right chart. Oh, I am on the wrong chart. I'm on the wrong chart. Sorry. I was like, yo, our ideas are gone. You're welcome. You're welcome. Um, that's up to you, brother. I mean, I think we have room to come back into these levels to retest these areas. You know, but just use it as a lesson, right? I don't want you to close and then, you know, you're kicking yourself like, man, I should have just held on to it. You know, you sat in it that long. Maybe de-risk some of it. So at least you're still in the game, but you know, you're not going to be, you know, so heavily underwater. That's what's up. You still got a long from 26.94. That's what's up. What are you going to do if we push down to those levels? So that's basically month open. That level. Right around there. Signs of weakness. That's what I look for confirmation that it's a reversal. We'll start looking for specific types of candles, reversal candles, bearish engulfing, shooting stars, things of that nature. I was looking for a shooting star on an 89-minute, but we never got that. Just defending this line. And now if this turns into, you know, if it sweeps all these and closes underneath here, then we have a bearish engulfing, then we have a 73% chance of a reversal. 73%. Typically, those are high performing candles. But if you heard the probability, there's still the other side of it. It can just go right back up. But this is an uptrend, right? We could all see that. Like, this is an uptrend. So starting to see bearish engulfings and things like that, those are going to be signs to show me, okay, this is a reversal point. I am interested, like I said before, I'm interested in seeing what the reaction looks like at these levels. I mean, we already bounced around here, so that would be extremely bullish if we bounced there and went higher. I probably still wouldn't long that, to be honest with you. You know, because that it would look to sweep this morning's longs. So I'd want to look for the sweep that brings me into these levels right over here. 3204 down to like 3144. I'd be interested in seeing those, seeing if I can get that into a wave 5, which is 3574. There's lower levels as well too, you know, 3089 inside this area over here. 3144, so like all of these levels right over here. I just got to see what the price action does at that time and then kind of gauge it from there. Only way that's possible. I actually hope I'm wrong on that, to be honest with you. I actually hope I'm wrong. I hope it just cascades down. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm prepared in the event that if I'm going to be right, I'm going to look to long in those areas, and that's what I'd be targeting. 35.74. That makes more sense. Longer. How long does that take me to? It takes me to the 28th of January. So what, 2 weeks roughly? This is what I think would give us for the year, and then bring us right back down to these levels. There's a POC that sits right around like 25.10, 25.16. So considering we had this move up like that, now going to look for it. Wow, you're going to close underneath there? No way. You're trying to. Interesting. Interesting. I don't think I'll pull that off. I think it's gonna defend hard on that level. We close above. If we close above, we got to close above 3,900. To be honest with you, anything that's underneath 3,900, even all the way to 4,100, like all of that is bearish retest. We need to close on a weekly above 3,900 for us to invalidate the bearish wave count. So 3,500, 3,600 still bearish retest, which I'm totally game for. I'm totally down for. Like, let it go. The higher it goes, the deeper we're gonna go. Yeah, I think we get to 3,160 at some point. I mean, it's only the 14th of the month, guys. And the year opened up pretty aggressive. And it's just bouncing off of the line right there. It doesn't want to change the setup phase. It's defending that area hard. Let's see if we got some longs that entered into here. I have a feeling some did. Just now, short 33. These guys were so silly. Somebody just entered into a short of 33.64. Oh no, that I need to refresh. Sorry. So there was a long that entered just now at 33.43, right over here in this area. So that whale is probably seeing the same thing that I'm seeing, or I'm seeing the same thing they're seeing. It's a profitable trader. It's 55K this week. Smaller account, 4 mil. Be amazing if USDT just yoinks all the way up. Pulls all the way up. Broke that trend line that I was marking earlier, so I'm gonna remap that because I want to go from wave pivot point to wave pivot point. That could have been one, but obviously it got violated. See, that's why you see a flush down. So I'm gonna look at it like that. That's what we're looking at. It holds that. Look at all this ground over here. ETH is going to be mutilated. Yeah, if you didn't catch that top over there, you know where price action is right now. It's honestly it's just about waiting. We never tested New York open high, or even retested New York open low. It's 33.05. Those have yet to be tested yet. Tested. Whether we test them now or we test them during Asia, they're going to be tested. Be right back, guys. Use the restroom. Oh boy. That smells like that smells like bait. No. 'That's what we're looking for. Everybody wants a long a dip. It's dipping. Long it. Okay. Thank you. $55 left in this. It just needs to close underneath here. It's a long time. That's an hour from now. But it needs to close underneath there. Now it's time for that big reverse Uno card. I mean, people are opening shorts here. I think that'd be wild, but I would know why. Everyone's trying to long that area. Yes. Print, baby, print. Damn it. Yeah, it's going to come back and revisit. Yeah, so I'm going to look at that like an ABC. I'm just spitballing an idea here. Hang on. I can use a wave too. It's fine. Yeah, so that clears that imbalance. That puts us over here. So let's see if this does form a wave A. Don't know yet. It's not confirmed yet. Excuse me. Could also look at it like this too. We'll see what develops. Yeah, USDT's fighting for its life, bro. Like someone straight up like stole its lunch money. So a big massive correction. So I'd look at that maybe like a wave one. And so to see like we get a wave 2 out of that. Definitely not. No. No. Maybe. Most likely here to clear that. That's really what it needs to hold. So just need confirmation that this in fact is a wave 1. You're a port blower? What? I just came in the chat. I already made $3 on this. Thanks. Hey, that's what's up. If it closes below, that changes the setup phase for 140 on the 144. No, guys. Man, I think I just need to like literally write it and just put it on here. I'm looking at seeing if these levels can maintain first. If these levels can maintain, then this opens the door for probability. Once that occurs, then you'll see a nice juicy swing short into these levels. If it loses these levels, then this becomes invalid, and then we're going to come straight down to these levels with no problem. We'll be sub 3K. So it's wise just to, you know, build your short here in these areas and then look for the respective levels that could provide either long opportunities or TP levels for you. Yeah, that looks like a wave A. You got wave B. We'll revisit. 32, 33.92, 33.83. We'll revisit those areas. The way that this is set up. Unless I print like a hard 9 here in this area in the next, 2 sessions, 3 sessions. I personally prefer that it wouldn't, because then I have imbalance, and that would give me an opportunity to show where price action is going to come back to revisit that area. And just wait. Don't add to your short here. Everything moves in waves. Yeah, they will. They will. Still got volatility sitting there. Running flat right now. There's going to be a big move coming, at least on a 13-minute. There's a big move brewing. Can't tell which direction it is, to be quite honest with you, because DI positive and DI negative are so closely wound together like that, and ADX is running flat. So whichever move comes, it's going to pop. It's going to pop one direction. Right now, bears have a little bit of dominance. Yes, they do. But this needs to pick its nose up, and that ADX needs to follow suit. If that's the case, then yep. That was a pico top for us. But I think we will get a little bit of volatility. Just wave count wise, the wave perspective, not really leaning too much on a DMI in a 13-minute. Just pointing that as an example. We can come into this level right over here, and then we'll come right back down. Then that ADX will pop. So I've taken some profits on the short. Now looking for add backs on the shorts when we get to those levels. If it breaches my level, then I'm okay. Then I have mine set to break even. Then I'll just look for higher. And it doesn't even have to go that high. It doesn't have to. I mean, we just have imbalance here, so I'm just pointing out some of these levels over here, because I think even on a, what was it, on a 55-minute? Oh, snap. Look at that. You got a bearish engulfing there. And you got a shooting star right there. Reversal, reversal. Maybe we squeeze to right over here. That New York open low. Where's that shaved head at, though? I know I saw a shaved head somewhere. Was that on a 5-minute? Or no, it's the 13-minute. Yeah, it's this shaved head right over here. So that would make sense. So let me bring this down. Right over here. Yep. Keep your eye on that level, that 33.63. I'm going to get rid of the 0.32 level. You might see a little bit of a stagnant there, maybe a little push down. That might induce some heavy shorts to come in that area, but then it pushes up to 33.63. Imbalance, fib level, New York open low. I have 3 of those that I'm going to be checking off my list. We get rejections inside those areas, then I'll probably trim my short, my long even more, and look for add backs on my short. I mean, technically, we're still inside of a bull market. It's just a longer consolidation, just a consolidation phase. Keep going. Just gonna leave you on there for kicks and giggles. No wave A yet? Or was that your wave B? Wow. Completely missed that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that'll change the set of phase and then to go back. I didn't add to my short. I didn't want to add to my short there. I'm still just maintaining it. Short is up roughly around 1200 right now. Not an area to be greedy, if that makes any sense. Hey, look at that. Can you give us a flush, please? Come on. Come on, don't be scared. Right here. There's your New York. Your New York is right there. That would just be a deeper wave A for me. I mean, I'm looking at it two ways. If this was a wave B, then wave C puts us at these levels. But I would also look at this as maybe just being a deeper wave A. Maybe wave A wasn't done, and then we got to move up. Let's see what occurs here on New York AM high, which is 33.20. Really haven't had any retest of that area. That's a higher low. There it is. Let's make some adjustments. I'm just a stickler for making sure that these are right. That's all. Yes, please, people keep longing. Now they're going to do the reverse Uno on you. Yeah. Grand picture, not much changes. Come back and retest those areas. Clear that imbalance at that area. That 0.5, retest in New York open low. Oh yeah, they're gonna flush these longs. Yeah, that looks like that's about to pull down. That's got a shaved bottom. Good luck, bulls. Good luck. Everyone's longing dips. This is what you're seeing right now. They're just taking them. Bears had enough. And I think we get an engulfing too, which is fantastic. Yes. 32 minutes left. We get an engulfing so far. Need to close underneath here in the next 30 minutes. 33.21. That's where we need to close. Shorts are printing. Congratulations. Glad you made profit. I just hope people are not opening up shorts here. Hey, Gambler, I appreciate the questions, but respectfully, you keep asking the same question, bro. Like, just watch price action, bro. I'm watching the same thing you're watching, bro. Man, it needs to close under here to give us a reversal candle or confirmation it's a reversal. I mean, at least the setup phase has changed. I mean, that's half the battle. That's half the battle. But we really want to make it stick. So bearish engulfing here would be ideal. I think more people are just longing this. Hey Siri, set a timer for 28 minutes. Not 20 minutes. There. I got 28 minutes on this, so roughly about two of these sessions. You got people entering into shorts here, trying to push the price down, keep that price suppressed. I'd wait for the next candle. So this just looks like it's a deeper wave A. Just a deeper wave A. It's pretty bearish. They're gonna do something retarded like this. No way. If you get the bearish engulfing, you have a 73% chance of a reversal. So what you want to see is a lower high. So if we came back and revisit here, or if we revisit here inside this area, that's essentially what you're looking for. Then you want to look for signs of weakness inside those areas. So you have the setup phase that changed, then you'll have the bearish engulfing. So you'll have two strategies or two ideas, if you will. And now you're just looking for confirmation. But if it doesn't close below, if it doesn't give us that close beneath it here, then you just have a deep retracement. You really want to close underneath here. That's what you're looking for. And it doesn't say that we can't go down. It's just, it's not a reversal candle per se. So, top isn't confirmed per se. All you have at this point, let's say it pulls back up and it just closes underneath here. Then all we really have is just the setup phase that changed. But then the setup phase can go 4 back, going 1, 2, 3, 4. It just has to close above this. So the setup phase is automatically going to flip to a bearish setup phase, which is going to point towards higher highs. So you really need to close underneath here to get a reversal candle. You need to stay closed underneath here to have the setup phase change. And then the next following candle needs to close underneath here, which is 32.85. What you're doing? You'll become trend line liquidity later. That's the proper way of doing that. Two more sessions, or maybe one more session on 13-minute. Yeah, like a session and a half, if you will. Yeah, it was at 21-minute. That's what we were looking at. And 33.69. Yeah, see, right over here. So you can go to even slightly higher time frame, get the same measurements, right? Wave A, wave B, somewhere inside here, and then get our C. One, two, three, four. So I need to climb 1, 2, 3, 4. It would need to climb above here to change this set of phase, which is not difficult at all. So we'll probably get some head fakes on that, which I hope more longs would enter at that point. Nice, dude. You got a mystery box? I have a ton of those tickets from the raffle tickets. I literally have like 808 tickets. Better win something. Normal behavior. This is fine. Nothing I'm fretting about. I'm gonna try to keep that set of phase in the last 13 minutes here. No engulfing. Set of phase. Went right back. Hopefully you guys got some good. Closing my shorts or rinse higher. That's what's up. That's good. You made some profit. That's what's up. That's what's up. Oh, you got the 500 from that. That's good. See, recovery. Each day will bring a new day. Just recover. That's what's up, bro. Anything's possible with crypto. I don't have anything there. The only thing I really have is down here. That would be phenomenal. Yeah, let's see what happens over here. We have levels all the way to 0.88. So I'll remove the, well, I'll just change that to blue. My main focal points are going to be these levels, the ones that are going to be highlighted in red. Looking for the reaction inside of those. One, two, three, four. Climb above here to change that setup phase. Yeah. Good morning. Buen dia. I want to see something like that. That's the pattern I want to see. Let's look at liquidations. I think somebody had asked me about that. $30,061, and there's some all the way up to 3521. If this thing just pushed the 3521, and that wave 5 wasn't done, and yeah, deeper it will go. Deeper it will go. I'm hoping some of you guys are positioned on longs as well. Did the 144 kick in yet? It's trying to claim that setup phase. Big old fight right here. Big fight right here. Oh, you can't see it on my chart. Sorry. Whoops. Big fight on 144 for this level. Let's go back to that. Let's see who's opening up shorts in that area. That might give us a clue. A couple of these guys are opening there. Let's look at some longs. Yeah, I don't know why they're all fighting for that area. Yeah, I'm telling you, big fight in that area, guys. Big fight in that area. But you still have a whole other new session about to come in, so that feels like it's baiting shorts. To be quite honest, in my opinion, it feels like it's baiting shorts. I'm here for this. I'm here for the flush. Don't get me wrong. I'll take it. No complaints. I'm ready for it. Then it's it's the same thesis. Wave A is just going to be deeper. But if I'm going to be utilizing harmonics here, this is the proper way of how harmonics should be set up. This should have been a wave B, which would have been a wave A from an ABC correction. And this would have been a wave B for a harmonic. And so wave C is yet to be developed for the harmonic, and then wave B for the ABC correction is yet to be developed. We got 8 minutes until that 144 closes. I got a 9 coming. Let's see if this 9 can flip it. I got an impulse brewing too. 1, 2, 3, 4. Needs to climb above here, which is 33.43. And I think there's only like 7 minutes. Yeah, there's only 7 minutes left on this 144 candle. So I feel like it would be an important candle here this session. Either it flushes down and takes out those longs, people that are longing here in this area, or we get into this zone right over here, close above this candle, and that setup phase will disappear. Give it a little smooch and come down. A little smooch. There you go. Okay, just tapped on that line right there. Now they're baiting you, shorts. They're baiting you. I'm gonna make some coffee real quick, guys. I haven't had coffee yet. Give me a second. What'd I miss? Still trying to hold that impulse candle. Oh, nice. That's what's up. Yeah, tomorrow's the class. Actually, you guys just reminded me I need to put a poll up for you guys. Now we got a hedging, revisiting TD9, or exit and entries. Or a new session on 144. Very cool. So new 144 change. All right, let's see if we can get a little push up into that area. We have an opportunity to add back to shorts. There we go. This is what we're looking for. Seeing how the market is moving up right now, how many chances are so that they try to reach liquidity above daily high? Could happen. Could happen, and I'll be ready for it. Long is still printing. I'm okay with the long. We're taking some more profit on the long. You know, long's done about 55 so far. All right, so remember the blue levels are the levels. I mean, I just left them on there just so you can see what it looks like. But this is not really, a strong fib level per se. These are stronger fib levels. 0.618, 0.76, and 0.88. I want to see that imbalance fill, and then we want to start seeing a breakdown. Like price action just starts coming down. It might start moving a little bit sideways. Maybe you get a little pop up here and there, but relatively around this area, which is in another 2 hours. So just be patient. BTC broke above 97. Otra vez. Yeah, 97 and some change. Ah, coffee's so good. I don't know if you guys are coffee drinkers, but I certainly am. So just waiting it out. Let's look at 144. What is that going to give us? Yeah, that's somewhere inside of this area right over here. It's really what we're looking for. And then our retracement. If we don't get those levels, then it's okay. We're already positioned on our short. We'll be fine. If it blows past those levels, we're already positioned on our long. We'll be fine. Either way, we'll be fine. But just based on this zone, the way I have this set up, you know, this can take like another 2 more hours or so, an hour and a half, excuse me. So basically, this entire 144 session, a good portion of it. There we go. That's what we like to say. Let's move this over. Scooch, scooch, scooch. First thing I want to see is I want to see it clear this imbalance over here. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's the art of hedging. You can never be wrong. And if you are wrong, you're protected. That's the way I look at it. I mean, I view hedging as it's an opportunity where maybe you don't get it spot on, but like you can sit and stomach a position a little bit longer. Maybe you have the right bias, maybe you have the right idea, but maybe the entry isn't just, you know, the sexiest of entries. So the hedge really helps you while you're building it. You want to go to a 0.5? Mm-hmm. Doesn't seem very logical. I'll give you some more time. Kind of green, not running hot yet. You just imagine this thing just pumps all the way to like 3,500. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, you get some liquidity pockets that sit right inside this area too. So when you see these shaved heads, when you see these shaved heads, they become like magnets. They pull price right back to it. It's like, hey, so, you know, price moved without us actually having a chance. Let's go back in that area and check it out again. That's the best way of putting it. If that makes any sense to you guys. And good job, by the way, anybody that closed at that 33.20 area. Good job. Good job. Some of you guys did. Some of you guys took profits. That's good. Just a little bit higher. Just a little bit higher. Maybe I don't get out on that. Maybe I just do this manually. I'm still lining up in the same area. $348. So that's about an hour and 15 minutes from now. And then this is 401. There you go. That imbalance is now cleared. Here we go. Key levels. Good rejection there. That's just one candle, so you don't want to short the first candle. Just be patient. Who grabbed the 3368? Anybody grab 3368? I'm still waiting a little bit longer. Yeah, there it is. There it is. This is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Why aren't you picking it up? Thank you. Let's go. I gotta see if it holds. Actually, I don't need that. Double top. So we're seeing equal highs. Basically. When price action hits my levels, and take that for liquidity. That needs to turn into liquidity. Mm, mm, mm. Coffee's kicking in. That's what's up. Good job, guys. Good job. What's that look like to you? This candle and this volume bar. What's that look like to you? My bad, I was texting. Really focused on this. So, I mean, there's a lot of time in this, so you know, I don't want to get too excited. If that makes any sense. Change the setup. It has to go 1, 2, 3, and then 4. That's pretty deep. So we'll probably end up floating around in this area for a little while. So just treat them like scalps, because in the event that you do come to this level, or if we sweep that high, you don't want to be, you know, caught with your pants down in the sense of not being able to take profits. So we got to go 4 back, 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Yeah, right over here. Just want to take that off for a second. Yeah, that's what changes the setup phase. So this no longer, it doesn't matter for this time frame now. Now it's going to be that level. Patterns, candles, things of that nature. Just looking at the trend. There's a way they can grab only trading view window in 1080. Video. Yeah, output is already scaled to 1920 by 1080. And when I see it on my side, yeah, I'll play with that when I get off stream. I can't do it now because I'm using those fields right now, even if I try to change them. I just want to try to stick to 13144 and 1362 as far as like time frames. Some of my ideas were just stemming from 1362, and then I was utilizing 144 because it's running hot, and then 89-minute because I wanted to see this sweep over here. Bruh, where were you? Were you in the bathroom? We were looking at these levels. Well, I would tell you, I wouldn't be shorting the bottom of that candle. You're talking to Poison, huh? I'm joking. I'm joking. It's good that you're talking to them. Yeah, I'll work on the video quality for some of you guys if you guys can't see it. Could be the split screen. I don't know. Yeah, this is a 37. So I'll take a look. Yep. And just holding it strong. Where are you sending a screenshot to? It's literally on 1080. That's what's crazy. Maybe if I do something like this, let me go over here. Let me see if this helps. No, because that's going to mess everything up. I don't want to do that. Yeah, no, appreciate the image. I'll run through that today. Figure it out. No, Bob, my long entry is positioned from $5. I've been sitting in a long for centuries. BMR, I don't know. I don't even trade BMR. I don't trade that. So now that we got that, now I'll do this. I guarantee we probably got an order block that sits there too if I add it on there. Oh no, we don't. Interesting. Let me run my other one here. Yeah, there you go. That's okay. That's more accurate. That's why I run two different order blocks. I got one based on smart money concepts and the other one based on volume. So let's see. Brother, I know you need a good entry. A lot of people do. I mean, I've been on here since 8:15 this morning, kind of giving ideas and giving setups. I don't know what to tell you. I feel like I do a fairly good job, guiding you guys through. Not patting myself on the back, but I think I do a decent enough job of giving you guys the guidance that you need. Bro, I thought you recovered 500. I thought you TP'd on that short. So these are the two targets for whales. Yeah, I think we're gonna float around here in this area for a little while. If we get another squeeze up higher, 34.49, I'll take it. Still a higher low though. What is this? Oh. Brain fart. Sorry, hold on. Oh, it wants that so bad. It wants that level. What did I say that was? 939. Just underneath it, 97.8. Literally looked at that fib level and said, "Nah, not today, not right now." All right, now you gave me that. Now I want to see what a potential wave 3 would look like here for you. Subwaves, where did we measure you from again? Hold on, let's do this properly. Let's make sure we have this accurately. Yes. Okay. Same difference. $5.8. What does that look like on daily? What level are you on? Yeah, that's right over here. That'd be relatively bullish. Excuse me. We'll probably stay around this area for like the next 2 hours, hour and a half, to be honest with you. Well, probably the next hour. Sorry, I take that back. Next hour. Time has already passed since then. So probably like the next hour, so we'll probably stay in this area. ETH question mark question mark question mark question mark live with captions. Yeah, I just checked USDT. My bad. I thought I was going over that. My fault. Maybe you didn't catch that. I'm looking on a 1 minute, of course. These are going to be subwaves. I'll lock that down. Just make sure that we can just see this here on this time frame only. And same thing for this too. Just make sure that so that we don't get confused. And then let's see what we have over here. I'll put it right underneath it. Actually, I'll come up to this candle. Is that a gap? Hold up. Oh no, it's not a gap. But you look like a shaved head, but you're not a shaved head because my indicator's on. Unless I only have bottoms on, which it looks like I don't even have my heads on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Looks like a freaking Christmas tree. Christmas lights. Oh yeah. That wouldn't make any sense. That's more realistic. What is this from? I don't think I need that. I think that's just residue. I can get rid of that. That's really what I'd be looking for on USDT. Mind you, it's a 1 minute. But that's what I would be looking for. It might kind of play around in this area for a little while before it decides. As long as it makes a higher low, not a lower low, higher low, then I think we should be okay. The fight continues. 33.71, 33.53. The fight continues. I had fib zones on. I want to double check that real quick. Let's look at fib zones again real quick. Okay, that's accurate. What time does that put us at? Damn, 8 o'clock at night? Sheesh. But the shift will start over around 4. Okay. So maybe we continue to bounce over here unless we get a shift here. And what is that? 3206. That would be fantastic. Fib level, clear imbalance, retest previous high, right? Where we were rejecting, retest this area. That would be fantastic. And trade the day. Day trading. Just day trading. You're welcome. Yeah, usually just trade sessions, and then as we get to Thursdays and Fridays, I start looking for Thursdays and Fridays to start scaling out. You know, if I got a Pico bottom or a Pico top, you know, I'll hold it. If it's not the sexiest of entries, then I'll just exit for Saturday and then look back for entries on Sunday. We've had one Saturday pump, which was the first Saturday pump we had in a very long time, which was in the beginning of this year. That is not a common thing. Low volume on those days. Most markets are even closed, so. Possibly, yeah. I mean, that's a fundamental news. People could be pulling their money out of the markets, going, oh crap, what is this president going to do? And people get out. I think we're going to float around this area for a little while. Just speculating. Just speculating. Let's go see what they're talking about on Twitter about this war stuff. Explore. It says that he doesn't want to fight. He says Qatar refuses the U.S. to strike Iran from its soil and the U.S. military base from it. Maybe that's worded incorrectly. Yeah, I don't know where that source is coming from. I'm gonna come back to the charts real quick. I also want to check on these positions that some of these guys might be opening. Let's take a look. All right, what do you got here? Market's still over 50% long on most exchanges here. There's nothing here. I mean, if it's going to move up, it's going to move up into 3500s. What's that first level? That first level is 3447. There's a small little shelf there. That's on an 8-hour. We'll go to a 12-hour. Yeah, this little tiny pocket right here. What is that? 34, 32? It just jumped up again. 34, 36. I'll be ready for it. And what does that put me? That puts me pretty darn close to my 34.49 area. And then what does that put me for an advanced wave? Because I'm still inside of an advanced wave. If it's this session, so let's just look at it this way. Nope. Yep, I can see that. I'll be ready for it. See if we can get this trend line to be respected. Hit, hit, and maybe another hit. Holy crap. Yo, I just saw this. I can't believe I haven't seen this all day. Shoot. That could be dangerous. Hold on. Hmm. Oi. Yep. You guys can't see what I'm seeing. Sorry. Hold on. I'm looking at this right over here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just there's liquidity that sits over there, and then if you look at this pattern, this setup right here, that's pretty much a cup and handle. Here's your cup, here's your handle, and your measure moves from the base to the height of the cup. And from the cup, that's your measured move. 35.30. Oh boy. That just made me a little nervous. Yep. It's going right back. Just be very, very careful here, guys. If this thing decides to skyrocket up, I mean, you're looking at 3,500s. For that to be invalidated, and we really need to see a double top here, this area being respected and violated. Not violated, excuse me. Good job, bro. That's what's up. I'm glad you're profitable today. If you had a profitable day, please do me a favor. Just go to my Twitter. You see where I posted today's YouTube link. Just comment inside the comment section. If you want to put your P&L, put your P&L. If you just want to comment. That'd be a huge help to me. So the best way you could possibly thank me in these streams. Boy, oh boy, you got to be careful here. If that cup and handle is accurate, eesh. No wonder they found support here. Yep. That's going to put us at 3,500 and some change. That is going to absolutely melt the face of bears. Continue to scalp, guys. Just continue to scalp. Just be prepared in case we see one of those high yaw moves up to here. Yeah, that's a super advanced wave. Same thesis as I'll keep referring back to. Higher we go, deeper we're going to go. So you want to give me 3,500 early in the year? I'll take it. Yeah, best to just keep scalping them. Don't over position yourself. Don't get married to that position. Just quite literally just scalp it. You got good return, you're good. If it starts breaking down from here, then look for the long and see if you can long back into those zones. But that made me a little nervous. I'm not going to front. I just saw that. I can't believe I hadn't seen that earlier in the day. In case you can't see what I'm seeing. That's your little handle. Here's your cup. Here's your handle. And then the measured move is going to be from the basin to where the cup ends up to here. That is quite disgusting. Let's see if I can find a long entry to go with that. What can you give me? You're not going to give me the handle again. Let me see. Can you hold on to 33.53? Can you defend that? Yeah, this 33.53 is a really, really important area. So let's go to 13.62, just higher time frames. Right now we're just under New York PM. Believe me, I want to be so wrong on that one, but that just kind of stands out. You would need a very, 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 very aggressive push to the downside. You would literally need to uh, come down to this level, if not lower, to change this, to invalidate this. You need a break underneath this line, 32.85. Just considering where it's at right now, you need a sell signal on a 144. They're going to trap the crap out of these shorts. You see a liquidation like you haven't seen before. And yes, I will be looking to short that. I think I got an 89-minute. 36 over there. Okay, that's there. I had low probability, but man, boy, that low probability seems more realistic. Kind of a key area right over here. Yeah, if we get back into this zone, like let's just say we get back into this area, we create a higher low inside this area. I want to see that this is going to become liquidity. If it does not become liquidity, shorts might be toast. That's going to be your intraday, and then I honestly, it's a very risky long, but I'd be looking to long any one of these zones inside of this area. I would simply just add back to mine. What is that? 33, 33? Well, that's good. That's good that you have a high liquidation level, but I'd be scared, man. I'd be scared. Yeah, no, it pumped right after market closed, like right at 4:30. So like right at 5, we saw that pump. You need like an overload of longs to step in right here just to create liquidity. So you get an institution just step in, just push that price down aggressively. It's right at the neckline. That's okay. Yeah, you can still work with that. Doesn't have to be picture perfect. I mean, we see the formation. You got a cup here, and then you got a handle right here. Believe me, I want to be wrong on that. I want to be wrong with that. To me, going down makes more sense, just considering the vertical run that we've had up. But if that vertical run is just going to continue to go parabolic, and this thing is going to shoot up, which this 610 just began a couple minutes ago. One, two, three, four. It's such a deep level that price action has to go to change this setup phase. So I don't trust it. And it looks like they're just literally reaccumulating here inside of this area. They're going to set everything up for Asia. Asia's finally going to come in and do something. Sorry, boys, I'm been late. Watch this. We got to hope. USDT. Yeah, USDT came right back to that same level again. Actually broke even a little bit lower. So that just invalidated the count because it came lower. Son of a donkey. Hold on. I'll remap this for us in a second. Give me a second. I gotta use the restroom. Because I broke lower here. So it invalidates the count that I had just here. It doesn't necessarily invalidate that. But I need a new wave count. That's no bueno. That won't work. So I need to wait for another impulse up, come back down again, and see if I can go back up. Where am I going to get you from? I'm not getting you there. And we had a, let's go back to this real quick. Look at that, wave one is right over here. Yeah, be careful, be careful, be careful. This little sliver right here. USDT, that's what USDT needs to defend. If it defends that area, then we have a chance that this thing's going to go up a little bit. We'll get some relief before it decides to come down. But if this thing just pukes straight down to 5.45 or what have you, you're going to see ETH literally peel heads back. I don't fully trust it. Just being transparent where I'm at. I don't think there's enough volume to make that happen. There's not enough volume pushing it up either. So, and where are you going to get the liquidity from? There's nothing here. There's nothing here. The next level would be to change if we stay here. Then it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be a little bit easier because we've already visited that area. That would be the level that we need to switch, and that's going to be the next 610, or excuse me, next 144 session. You know, that comes here in another hour. Excuse me, in another hour or so. Just come down to a lower time frame, brother, and just look at these levels. You know, if you have an impulse wave up like this, then just look for the support levels. Take a fib level. I'll just use the wave 2. Just, you know, this was a pivot point. You know, so if you're at 33.93 and you're measuring that out, like, all right, cool, I'm at a 0.32. I'm going to take some profits right there. Whether you full exit, what have you, whatever you're most comfortable with. And then look at the next levels underneath that. You got a 0.5, 618. That's all this, just this structure right here. So you see how we were bouncing off that 3367? We've bounced here several times. And maybe you're not even utilizing fibs and you're just using the New York Opens highs and lows. You know, we literally bounced right off that New York Open low for the PM session. That'd be like my best advice, or my easiest advice as far as if you're trying to figure out where to exit from. If you don't know how to read candles or anything like that, or if you don't have any, you know, specific or fancy indicators that you're utilizing, you can make it real simple and just use fib levels. Don't exit or don't TP until you reach a certain level, and just stick to that. That's oversimplifying it. Around 5.5. Yeah, USDT. I don't know if wave 2 finished here or not. You needed to bounce anywhere inside of these levels to create a new wave 1. Right? You don't get a lower low. And inside of a big fat order block right now, though. All the way down to 5.69. No way. There's no way you're bouncing at 0.382 for a wave 2. There's no way. No. I mean, long if you want to, brother. I'm already long. I'm already positioned. I'm not adding to my long. I don't think that wave 1 is done yet. Because that bouncing off a 0.382, that's silly for a wave 2. They definitely don't. Mm. Yeah, you can look at it that way too. For a wave 4, which fits in with a wave 4. But see how it's just now it's just completely dying here. Yeah. I knew it was not going to bounce at that 0.382 level. Maybe coming to right over here. Right, we get a bounce here in these areas for USDT. If it flushes these areas, shorts are going to feel that squeeze. They're going to feel that squeeze hard. I've already taken profits on the long. I mean, on the short a couple times already. Breaks below here, then still no wave 1. Still don't have one yet. See, like we were looking at this as being a potential wave 1 inside this area, but see how it broke underneath? That's what invalidated it. Best bet that we have going for us right now is that ETH hit a potential double top. That's the best that we have right now. Three-minute cup and handle. Yep. USDT plummets, ETH is going to pump, and they're going to be inverse of each other. So just monitoring where people are like necessarily rotating. Everybody's looking at an Adam and Eve. All right. Best bet is to join as early as possible. I start streaming around 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m. before New York opens. And then I start going over high time frame ideas, kind of what we're looking for the day. And what our TPs would be potentially on scalps. You'll hear me saying that I'm scalping, I'm taking profits, what have you. You'll hear when I'm starting to build into my positions. Move up 610. Yeah, you need a buy signal, so you might get a little flush. That's what you need. I bet I can find a pattern out of that. Surely I can. 1, 2, 3. C, D. See if that works. And that has potential to come down deeper, though. That's like a prayer and a and a wish right there. Wave B would be the first level that I'm looking at to be tested, which is 58.14. That should push ETH down. And if you get acceptance on that, then that opens the door for all this over here, this brown box that you see. Actually, I'm gonna go back to 610. We see if my detector actually picked that up on its own. Hmm. Not enough data. That's just because it's USDT. It's not picking up enough data. Let's see if I can view the same from a daily. Nope. Doesn't like that as a pivot. I would respectfully disagree because maybe it's bias. Let's throw in some pivots. Still don't have a pivot off of that yet. I just have ETH memorized. Like I'm just more familiar with it. I don't like to manage too many positions. I think I can still be profitable trading one coin. Keeps the sanity in me. I did that in all of like 2024. I traded a whole bunch of coins. I traded a lot of these different coins that you see here. You got to break a structure. You should be finding some support, man. You should really be finding some support. And I got you on a daily. It's easier for me just to trade one coin. Managing a whole bunch of positions, you know, you got to flip through different screens, get to that one. I like sniper entries, if that makes sense. Sometimes I have limit orders, sometimes I have market orders, but you know, once I start market ordering in, I'm managing it. So between flipping to another screen and then market ordering before another one, then another one and another one. Yeah. I don't think I have the patience for it personally. I've been profitable doing that, but it's just a lot of work. There you go, USDT. Do something with your life. Yeah, I really want to see this level tested again. What occurs here? That might provide a good opportunity for long setups on ETH. That should push it down to those 3,200 blocks that we're looking at, possibly even lower.